Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Regan. We're starting off with a chuckle. Sorry, it took me a second there because I had to, as usually, keep in a cough immediately. Let me sip my water real quick. But yes, this is session unlucky number 13. Probably not.
So we're gonna die.
Probably.
We'll see. We'll see if I can arrange it.
Omega, why is the subtitle of this Assassins at the High Council meeting?
I have a fucking date today. I have 2 dates.
I got a date later. I don't got time to die.
Honestly, yes.
Well, that sounds like a great time to apply craving intermission dice to a scenario. Anyway, hey, before we get into it,
Actually, yes.
I would like to remind you this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam Hart, Black G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV 9000, Just the Fae, Kaiser, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, Some Guy Named Bob, and Very the Crow. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
I wipe the sweat off my brow. All right, so we resume where we left off. Naturally. So, Leslok is now the Honorable Lord Logi, Marquess of Teine, several other titles I wrote down and thus do not need to repeat myself.
I can read the whole list for you.
Do not.
No, we're good.
Okay,
No, I banish you.
That's why I said I don't need to.
Are you sure about that, Cavalier? You want to banish me?
I'm saying it as me to you.
Okay.
Anyway, after you guys have some meetings, and Leslok does score a brief private chat with the king, where some things got discussed in loosey goosey. You know have your various conversations, met a couple of people, and I'm pretty sure the intent was to bundle everybody back into the carriage and get home, because some of you are probably hot in all your layers and stuff.
Also, Inos needs to sleep.
I think Inos has already left.
Yeah, no.
Like,
Yeah.
I think Inos made his polite farewells and dipped.
Would you? Okay. Here's a weird question. Would you prefer to have me taken back home to sleep, or in the arms of Dr. Luca?
Well, that's Dr. Luca wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I know.
Fair.
It's like.
So that is a point I wish to clarify. Then you just gonna hot foot at home?
Oh. Probably hail a
cab.
Yeah, I'm about to say hail a carriage.
Right. Probably have to go a few paces away from the palace. The carriages probably don't roll right up to the steps.
Yeah. I'll probably grab a.
You can get out into the Celestial District and hail a cab. Go back home. Sleep.
I'd probably ask if one of because I am assuming the entire Logi retinue appeared for this.
It probably would have been good, yeah.
So I probably would have grabbed to see if like Everhelm or Matthias would escort me home at least.
Yeah, they can run you back.
Okay. I still got to be wary of being in public, no matter what. Forever concerned. But no, so I'm out of the scene.
Well, I'm pretty sure the scene is rotating back to the house anyway.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go home.
We come along and just Enos is on the fainting couch.
Inos does actually have a room, so I assume he would go back there so he can sleep in a bed and lock the door.
Yes.
Do not disturb.
What's the name of your personal maid?
Emily.
I'll just ask her how you're doing when we get back.
He's asleep. Inos probably not waking up until at least like noontime, because it's probably like 9 or 10 o'clock now. I'd probably say more towards 9. The actual ceremony part probably did not. If it started promptly at 8ish, probably did not actually take a whole full hour to get. So.
If it's only like 8ish, Enos would probably be like. Would probably ask to be woken up at like the third bell past noon or something.
Yeah.
He can't sleep all day. It'll throw off his sleep schedule.
Yes,
The co-op is
you'll
rude.
at least sleep in till after lunchtime.
Take a nap.
Again, assuming nobody knocks on you, but I'm gonna have you start making endurance rolls for your sleep being disturbed, which you could feel free to take out on people disturbing you. But yeah, so the rest of Team Logi, you arrive back at the house. It's, still only mid-morning. Sun is shining. You probably have to take like 10, 15 minutes to get all your, kit off and get back into casual clothes, shed some layers. Once again, keep in mind, Leslok is canonically wearing a like fur-trimmed, red velvet interior cloak over his, coattails and shit, etc. So, like, after that brief moment, you've got, mostly the whole day ahead of you. The only bit of inference I would have on this kind of broad strokes moment is that at some point when you guys are, like, all home and, like, de-kitted, is that probably Eberhard Farran, because you, in addition to Everhelm, you also brought both the older Farrans, the Lord and his younger brother, would probably, have a moment of just, yes, your lordship, it would probably be good at some point, now that you are officially recognized as the Marquess, to have a small meeting among the advisors and family to discuss our upcoming... No, I want to say strategies, but strategy is not the right word.
Plans.
Itinerary?
That also works.
Schedule?
Plans.
Itinerary sounds good.
Our plans.
Schemes?
All
Our plans
apply.
are plans.
All apply.
Agenda.
Still applies.
I just imagine that Eberhard's younger brother, Master Tancred, who I don't know if I've described on screen, but like Eberhard Farran, Lord of House Farran, has served your family for many years loyally. I imagine he's kind of got like, longer dark brown hair. He's starting to go a little gray at the temples because of age and the stress of work and stuff. And both he and his brother and his son have like gray eyes. I imagine his younger brother is kind of like shorter but messier hair, to more easily fit under a helmet, and probably is kind of always in the, close cropped beard / perma stubble stage. I imagine that when Logesh, says agenda, he just, does whatever the period appropriate, version of snap and point is, just like that one, what he said. But Eberhard goes on, if we want a fully staffed meeting, we may need to wait until Inos recovers from whatever he was doing last night. Was he working on that hairpin all night? Is that what he was doing?
I believe so.
Kind of hard to tell. His room didn't show any like light or anything, but that's not too unusual for him.
You
can
get a
read in the
side
dark.
glance from the Elder Farrans and a further stroke beard.
Well, regardless, he made a wonderful masterpiece.
Oh yes, it's quite stunning.
He loved it.
That is
That's
also
all he says.
usually what one intends, my lord, for the recipient of a gift, yes? Though there are maybe other meanings then. But yeah, so you guys have an open-ended day, even though we've only been rolling for about 10 minutes. I have to run away and take a quick bio break, so I'm going to pause it and mute up while you do our usual business of figuring out what the heck we're doing with our lives.
I had a question I was going to ask you, but I was just waiting until like there's an opening space.
I mean, you can ask right now before I go.
If I have to wait so long for Inos, I'm probably going to actually have to, I guess, send a messenger to Kefist about I'd like to beat you after I'm done with this meeting and like after this many bells.
Okay.
You can
And then
send
when
me that. I'll be right back.
Omega returns and recordings back up, I'll probably say a few things.
Yes. Yeah.
I am currently
Right.
finishing up some notes.
Logesh will say a few things.
And I'm
Alright.
probably going to spend the evening feel like
Alright, well, I'm pausing
More than
recording.
likely in relation. Imagine that's the
We're-
first thing they hear.
We're back.
Trophy
at it.
wife.
The lads were discussing stuff, but yes.
We'll
So
see.
what what is up now that we're in it?
Yes. Aside from, does anyone else have anything to say before I go on with my in-character bit?
No, because there's like a lot of it saved
No.
for the meeting.
Okay. Well, Lord Cousin, not to downplay any of esteemed cousins' achievements, but just to remind you, Sir Inos has produced a gift for you to have presented to your intended partner of roughly. Now, this is out of character. I forgot how much. Okay, 2 treasure. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
7 actually.
Yeah, well, 7.
Because
Well,
technically
7.
the treasure rounds down.
So, roughly gave
I
you
can
a gift worth
actually
of
tell you.
7, as I.
Actually, approximation.
I can actually tell you. Yes.
It's
since I remember
approximate,
armory.
to almost like a royal wedding dress.
Not even that. I can tell
Oh.
you the approximate in coinage. That's worth probably upwards of like 80 golden crowns, which is a lot. The crown is a coin that has a ludicrous amount of denomination.
Yeah. So,
There's not that
of
many
course,
printed.
yeah. I mentioned this to you, that the amount, 80 golden crowns. While understandable, you and him have already made an arrangement about the payment. I feel like you should still show your proper appreciation for not only the gift he has given you to give to someone else, but just the sheer quality and effort of said gift.
I understand that, and I was going to discuss it when everyone was here, especially when he is here to receive the actual compensation or the discussion of it.
I am aware, it just felt like giving only a 1-sentence reply felt like a bit of an understatement.
Not to cut
It is
in, but I will say, that's kind of understandable, but Enos was bullying Leslok pretty hard there, so it's understandable.
I don't feel a need to compliment him when he's not here.
Yeah.
Like, I respect his work. It exists. It's real. I can look or see it and be proud of it. It's different than having to, like, verbalize it continuously.
Okay, so long as we are aware, and let's not forget any other contributions made by anyone else.
It is a
I say as I look over at
princely
chat
gift,
and
they
see.
say.
Yes, it's,
No, I'm
Big old pat on Nicola's back.
I supplied no craftsmanship. I'm just for want of a better term, the financier of this
he
situation.
provided your account,
You are
yes.
Halcom man.
I provided the moolah, the
Supplier.
raw mats.
But that's only a part. That's only a part of the process, not.
Well,
What
yeah,
going-
'cause-
I mean, it was still contributing
have
to the
his-
total value.
Also,
He
I
did
will
get his
I will
master.
say, Enos does still have an ingot of Orichalcum for before, so he was gonna, even if you hadn't given it to him, he probably would have used it anyway.
no, I know. And you also still owe me for that.
Yes, I do. I have not forgotten.
We're all
But-
very much accounting.
Okay,
I don't know. Nicola, honestly, Nicola will probably forget before you do.
that is what Logesh had on his mind, and that is over now.
Yeah, I am the DJ Khaled of this production.
So, I guess
Sorry.
first step as Marquess
That's
is I
okay.
should ask all directly of you, my brother, my cousin, my cousin, physician.
Your position.
My father's uncle's brother's
don't say it.
cousin's former roommate.
9 hells. Please don't say that.
Enos suddenly wakes up. Hells.
There are 9 hells, right?
Yes.
Or the 7? Okay,
No, there's
9
9.
hells. All right, cool. 7 gods, 9 hells. Perfect.
God, what's
Hey, I got it. Did you realize we built this thing with prime numbers in mind? I think I said during session 0, I was like, hey, prime numbers are cool, and then every single player was like, you're right, prime numbers are cool.
You also know,
I need some-
there's a very cool move called 8 pains, 9 hells.
I need some symbolism help here. Sorry. What's
Well,
like the
I
opposite-
believe that currently Leslok is in the middle of a sentence. It's taking him a little bit to
Oh,
get there, but
Sorry.
I believe you were saying something.
Amongst all of us, I think I should be clear about what I have plans to do in the future, and I'd like to know all of yours, as you are now directly a Marquess's you are now directly part of a Marquess's council. I think it's becoming of you to be open of everything you have in mind, big or small.
So is this an order for you to us to tell you all our secrets?
Secret if you want to be about is up to you.
Tancred kind of folds his arm and says, "Young Master Nicola, are you suggesting that you have some sort of secret to keep from your Marquess?"
I have many secrets to keep from my cousin. Whether or not that would be matters for a Marquess to care about.
Tancred chuckles at this. You're all right.
I do not think there would be anything a Marquess would be needing to be aware of. However, if they progress in a certain manner, I will have to inform my dear cousin, as it is only proper. But as for now, nothing I will do will affect our stand. Why am I doing fucking Enos' voice? Sorry. Nothing I will do.
Inos hasn't even spoken in character yet.
I know! God damn it. No, I know why. It's because I have certain things on the brain right now. And it's affecting my voice. Nothing I will do in the immediate future should affect how our house is cross out the demon, yes.
Okay.
But regardless, nothing I shall do is will affect our house's standing as of now.
I will hope in the future, if any of it becomes major, you inform us about it. It's better to have at least
Hopefully
know.
it will. I tried once and I got shot down.
Sounds like it's
Anyway.
another time then.
Of course.
Let's I guess we'll
Your
plot up.
cousin. But don't worry, I won't keep any secrets from you. I'm not the one, and I will look directly at Leslok when I say that. I'm not the one who has studies of cults all up and down their rooms.
We will discuss that momentarily.
As for my end, anything that I have kept secret or have not mentioned is not worthy to be brought up as a matter to a Marquess or to our family. Those are very private affairs. When it comes to anything that would be detrimental to us and our family, I will, of course, bring it up and seek counsel when necessary. But otherwise, I have my things well in hand.
I will trust you on that for now. Should all of you?
Good. Okay, that was out of character, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine Logesh with that delivery.
But I should be eating Indian right.
Yeah, probably. Watch that spicy curry.
No, to give some context, while I'm talking right now, I'm writing up the note for Oster Martin.
Axe
you
is
get your notes done.
casting breathe fire.
Okay,
I guess Leslok just looks at Konrad. I turned my head when I said that. I really
What?
shouldn't. What have you been doing?
Is there anything you want to know about what I've been doing? I've been pretty clear about what I've been doing.
Yeah, he's Batman, remember?
What?
This is not a knock against our dear Konrad. This is actually a bit of praise, but he is usually very forthwith and upcoming about anything with him.
And how about you remind me what you've been doing for the last days and hoping to work towards?
Well, I've been trying to woo someone. And I've been also searching for our father's sword. That's pretty much about it.
How's the sword hunt been going?
Annoying. Trying to find information about 3 years ago is annoying.
I was going to
thinking
visit the
about
old
this
fort.
afternoon, going to the fort to see if I can elicit any information about something that was happening 3 years ago, but who knows if they'll listen to me.
I'll be going there
That's just
tomorrow.
the nature of things.
So I was planning on going
Well,
there
then-
tomorrow, but I guess I could join you for that. But Leslok's going to pull out the 3 letters of mark and put it on the table. One more business is involving actually. Omega, remind me. These are for directly to promote or just to.
A letter of marque is from the king. It says you are a privateer. That means you get
Okay.
to shoot pirates. That's the short version.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a get out of jail free card.
These are
It
3
kind-
letters of mark.
It kind of is, actually.
A little bit that, but it's
But
it's
A little
more
bit.
so
It's-
geared
it's
towards one
specific.
thing.
It's a license to kill.
It's a very specific get out of jail
Yes,
free.
it's a very specific get out of jail card, but it is a get
It's a
out of
license.
Involving boats.
It's a license to be a counter pirate. We are going to find 3 different naval sources for Norland to start, I guess, their own navy. Our privateers start dealing with their own naval issues.
I mean,
I have one in
just
mind,
per-
but there's still
just
2
per
unaccounted
boat,
for.
isn't it? So
Yes,
the captain that would be holding the mark.
I assume all of
yes,
us have in mind.
That is. Yeah. Sorry. That's Everhard. Yes, the letters of marque are addressed to a captain. Though I do believe, strictly speaking, you do have to have a boat to be a captain.
I feel all of us have at least in mind one person to give at least one of them to, though the other 2 I am not sure yet.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea who to give any to because everyone I would give some to doesn't need it.
Lady Essex needs one.
I'm not going to be the one to give that.
I know.
There's someone else that's giving Lady Essex the letter.
I don't have to be
Along
the
with
one.
another package.
I don't have to be the
Huh?
one.
I'm giving it to her. I had to give it to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was more meaning Leslok.
Ah,
No offense, Lucky.
that's okay.
Just because she is a member of our house, so. she was
My
a
assumptions have made me
Well,
an ass.
No, it's a fair
Also,
assumption.
I mean, Leslok may be phrasing it oddly, but none of you should expect that you have to pick anybody who gets the letters of marque.
Oh no.
No, I'm just taking suggestions. I'm sorry.
My only naval
My brain is
contacts
puzzled.
are-
I'm trying my best here.
No, I understand, but my only people I know about boats are Lucy and then 2 people who are in the Royal Navy. So do not need
And
it.
also not
Yeah,
part of
so-
our house to,
Yeah.
We'll figure out the
you
rest
can
of the
technically charge independent people as give them the letters of marque, but presumably you want them to be in your ports of call so they can actually do some fucking work.
We'll have to figure that out at a later, like not today.
Maybe-
Probably.
Possibly extending it to House Ech, just because they're also in the same era, like in the same continent and ports.
I
Don't know.
do believe I implied, and if I didn't, I will retcon and imply because it's in the fiction. The king said he would also be giving letters of marque to House A.
Okay.
He'd be giving them
Giving
around.
your letters of marque.
I'm just thinking because they're on our. They are. They
No,
do
it's
share
a
our
fair question,
seas.
but that's a point I want to clarify because I know
Gotcha.
I believe X mentioned that he may need a refresher on some stuff that happened in the meeting as well, and I know that some of. It's also funny that Inos isn't part of this conversation, because also Lucky out of character was like, "Yeah, I kind of tuned out when Leslok was having that private meeting with the king." So we'll have to recap all of this to him again anyway.
Yes, I'll just.
But yes, you've got 3 letters of marque. Also, strictly speaking, it's funny you're having this conversation, but like, unless you guys have gone somewhere, you're just having this in like the hallway of your house. So Lucy's here.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know why she would be anywhere
I-
else.
I don't know why.
I
For some
Did
reason, I
you
thought
drop
she
us
wasn't
off and
here.
leave?
I thought
Yeah,
she
no,
wasn't
it's not-
here. Sorry.
She captured your boat. She can't go anywhere. I mean, she can go back to her ship, but like it's not like she's gonna pull up stakes and leave. She has to.
I know
take
it's
you
weird to
home.
say this, but could I just have this conversation for now?
I mean,
I
yes,
mean-
no, she's right there.
It's
I
like,
thought we were like going to be doing that so everyone can be involved, aka also Enos.
yeah, it's probably better if actually
Like you
direct
started
the
this
question.
by saying oh, I want to know what you guys are personally doing, and now you're talking about like
No,
your
you're right.
house business, which was going to come later.
No, you're right.
I'm
Now,
still confused as to what do you even mean by like personal business?
You know, like anyone you're courting, or any?
Trying to get land in the future.
I mean, I have made my intentions in terms of courtship abundantly clear.
Not really.
Have you? Sorry, that was out of character. Nobody
Okay.
in the scene.
No, that's true. I've conversed with it extensively, but only with one member of the party. So, because I did ask Inos for advice, who is currently
Passed out.
Passed out.
I feel like
So,
you guys should, maybe take a few hours, think about stuff, and come back to this conversation with Enos awake so he can fucking herd cats.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Because it's funny because Axe caught this already. He said as Leslok, I got a lot of stuff I want to talk about when Enos is here when we have a meeting. Just, is there anything anybody wants to get out ahead of time, I guess? And it's just kind of like we've lost the plot again.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I'm fucking sorry.
okay.
So-
It's fine.
Now-
So everyone's shoulder Enos says like, hey, you just had a very stressful event. You should all take a break, relax, maybe drink some tea, think about your life, have lunch, and then we can have a meeting when Enos is conscious and we all are actually here.
Yes.
I have to go wash my hair. It's currently covered in
Yes.
salt.
God.
So
I guess I assume.
Oh.
It's funny. When I went away, I was kind of assuming that some of this stuff would happen out of character when I was gone. So I guess it didn't.
Leslok, as your Cavalier, I would recommend, and then I'll probably just say all the things that we just discussed out of character.
Yeah.
Citing, he is much more versed in social affairs than I am, so, I think even Enos would agree that this is the best course of action.
Yes. That's
And
I might
also,
as well-
Even
while
as your steward, that this is Eberhard again. I agree.
And while we are adjourned or are thinking, I also want you to think about anything that you want to bring up about your personal affairs that may or may not affect our family. Because Nicola brought up a good point. If you are doing a bunch of research into cults, that could bite us in the ass. If pursued incorrectly. Now then, I think
my
we
brother
should
not
all-
studying something. But
Let's all-
just playing sad opera music as they stare
I-
out of.
Nicola is getting gussied up right now.
Mm.
Nicola is doing his makeup.
I guess then.
'Cause I
was
don't
just-
think I would have
I
done
am
my
going to-
makeup for a professional meeting. That just seems weird.
I will be quick with this one.
no.
I am attempting to get married to the fifth princess.
You don't say. Sorry.
I have
that
to at
was
least
rude.
directly say it now to everyone here. I
That was
should at least
rude.
make it directly obvious for everyone in the room.
All right, Axe, I'm going to cut you off. We're going to save this conversation for later because I want to get in these conversations. If you start talking about this now, you're not going to fucking stop.
Okay, fair. I'm gonna go hang out with Cephas then for
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yes.
enjoy
Okay.
your power hour with your best buddy.
No, it's not a buddy.
And they were roommates.
Yeah, there's no way to say that we're roommates.
Cut to a
I don't
scene
think
of,
Leslok would
what,
make that joke, but someone
Jesus and
would.
Buddha.
I don't know
Sorry,
what's
did you say
over there.
Jesus and Buddha?
Yeah, there's anime with Jesus and Buddha as roommates.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's.
Oh
what
yeah,
it's
no,
called.
was it Saint
Young men.
Saint Young Men? Yeah, no, it's really good. It's actually I love it.
Yeah,
They're just pretty wholesome.
Jesus is a
punchline,
yakuza.
but also it's pretty good. Yes.
Is Raven too weird for like a pet name kind of thing?
Probably a little. Are you speaking to goth people?
No, he's not very goth.
Okay, out of pocket for only those who have seen it, which is Axe, Omega, and Slightly Lucky. Nicholas reminded me more and more of that one guy from Ned. Talking about like, I used to have a spike collar too. Oh yeah, for your horse? No, for myself.
I vaguely recall that movie at all. It's like a
Oh,
weird-
no. I have firmly established what my position in this relationship is, and I'm not the least dominant one in it.
I don't want to know, mostly.
You don't. You actually no. Wait a minute. You did ask. You literally.
I wanted
asked.
to know what you were doing, period. I wanted to know if you actually were trying to court the Barons, because you've never been
Ah.
direct about that at all.
I think that was just peach for a little bit.
Okay, I'm cutting you all off again.
Anyways,
Later. We'll do this. We'll do this when Enos can collect the gossip.
Yes.
We give Enos ammo. We'll kill.
I feel like at some point, like, servants or your bannermen have to be like, nope, none of that. We've said we're taking a break. None of that.
Okay. I told Kepis Verity I'd be beating him in an hour, so we're doing that now.
But just one more turn.
Sure. All right. Yes. Cool. Leslok is going out to meet Kefis. Anybody else doing anything interesting?
What time of day is it? It's still early in the morning,
Mid-morning.
right? Yeah,
Not
I'm
early.
having an early
dinner-
lunch with Kepis.
I made dinner plans, but so
Specifically
I don't
dinner?
have
I know
any.
you asked about convenience, but
So
plans? Okay.
I was going to meet. I was going to have an official dinner, which included because I remember telling you I sent a message to all four of them. I wanted to have a dinner with basically including if she's available. I don't know what her status will be with council meetings and such. I wanted to include the oh god, what's her official command? Lady Admiral?
Yes, is one of her.
Yeah, the Lady Admiral in on that. And then before that, I wanted to meet with the younger Oster, or no, not Oster, Hilarion, and then afterwards I was going to meet with Aquila and Oster privately.
Which sorry, double clarify that for me. Which two privately, or was it just the three younger?
The twins privately. I'm
Okay.
going to meet with Hilarion to talk about magic shit beforehand.
Okay, all right, okay. So yes, you're blocked out for the.
For the late afternoon, evening, I do have plans.
Okay, yes, but all right.
I don't think I spelled
think
a
that's
toilet right, but like I think that.
close enough. I think what you're going for.
Yeah, that's my plan. Nah, I can do something else.
At the club, actually.
It's time.
I believe- Hold on. Let me double check my own wording. Probably should set this up section a little bit better.
A little bit of the bubbly. Sorry. Oh.
Yes, there we go. That's the one.
I don't know why, but mimosas are always a brunch thing for me.
Oh no, they are.
I don't know
They're
why
100% are.
the brunch drink, but they are.
I've never had a mimosa, so I don't know.
I feel really bad because I came up with a perfect nickname for one of them, and I just can't fucking think of a good one for the other one.
Yeah, no, I'm not thinking
Okay.
of
Also,
They
yeah,
want
I
a
had
thing
to double
too.
check my notes, but yes, Narissa Pettyroy has an invite to the club, which she has not taken to accept yet. So yes, you could bring her along because you know that she is an invited member.
Yes. I remember hearing that part, so I remember it's like this pork.
Yes, it's just I had to double check my own phrasing.
No problem.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that should be fine for evening plans. Anybody else?
Konrad is going to release some energy and go duel Moira a bit, if she'll allow.
Okay. Yeah. That's her job now.
Moira will be at the meeting, or she should be.
The meeting should probably be all hands. So,
It'll be all hands.
I would say you should probably cut the debutantes out because
yes.
they're not in charge of anything. But
Yes,
should be every adult person should come in. Also,
Adult.
I like how Axe phrased that as, "Oh, Moira will be there, or she should be." Like both of those, you said it and then you quibbled back, and like my first thought is, bold of you to assume that it's your decision if she comes or not.
It technically should be.
Buddy, if
Okay.
you're gonna start flexing I'm in charge of this house now,
That
Oh,
no,
no,
that's
I
Axe
want-
saying
I
that.
I want to try it with Nicola. It'll be so funny.
Axe, you got to make sure you got the dice to back that claim up, my dude.
Yeah, that's fair.
currently you are intimidate 0. I
Wait,
think
are you
I'm
actually
scarier
intimidating
than
0?
And what is your fascinate?
It's 4, but I also have. It's like my usual plan is I'll have it to a master die at some point.
What
Also,
skill
your
is
fascinate is 1. You happen to have 3
Yeah.
charm.
What
Moira's
skill is
intimidate
intimidate
as
again?
Konrad.
Command.
Oh, it's just intimidate. Okay, so he does have more intimidate than I do. You're more intimidating than a one-armed surgeon. Congrats.
Oh, is your command's only?
My
Oh,
command
two?
is 1.
Oh, okay. 1. Oh, damn. You're bad at that.
Have you noticed that Nicola runs from responsibility a lot?
I have kind of noticed that. Yes.
You are very wishy-washy.
Yes, I know.
It's like I'm actually. It's like I'm
That
character.
means I'm playing my character correctly.
Moira
Yeah,
is
Konrad
literally
will
scarier
spar
I
than-
with
think we need
Moira
more
some
medical.
and possibly deal with any sort of training the heirs
Debutantes.
and stuff want to do. The debutantes.
We need more random medical emergencies for Nicola to get his shit together.
Also,
Oh,
I'll
that's
say
easy.
that
Just
while-
pull the gun out of your Wes cannon and go, hey, guys, check this out.
Hey guys, no hands!
Shot that! I just fucking. I shoot the
Pull,
Logesh.
just pull a Looney Tunes. I wonder if it's loaded and just look down the barrel.
Please don't.
No,
I will not actually heal you. I will
All
let
right, I'm
go
gonna
when
start
it's in
muting
take its
people.
course.
Aaron, what were you in the middle of saying?
I was just going to make a comment about like, oh yeah, we're going to meeting without the debutantes. I'm sure Aurelia is probably going to be listening at the door.
You
Well, we'll
assume
see.
I don't expect that.
See what happens. Anyway, no, that's not the correct tab I was looking for. But beyond that, yes, Moira is technically your fencing master now. So yeah, she'll run some spars with Comrade. Sorry, I forgot your name for a second. I was transcribing something.
Yeah.
And as to remind everybody, Moira is equipped with 2 short swords, and she has a like hand and a half, long sword on her back. So, depending on how you want to format it, she can do a couple of different things. But
It's
yes,
just free
so
sparring.
it's-
She can do whatever she's comfortable with. Konrad will learn either way. So
Omega, I do want to ask.
Yep.
Both Moira's and Konrad's weapon has weapon adoration on it right now. Would sparring like negate that, or is it just actually when they actually roll with it?
well, if we're actively sparring, we might actually be using training weapons.
That makes more sense, actually. Yeah. Okay.
Don't want to. You only want to just look it up on it.
Technically, it would be the next time a success is rolled. So like, actual weapon adoration would kick in if they used it during a demo. But yes, you would. Now that you're actually in training, yes, you'd be using probably wooden or otherwise like blunted weapons for training, because I'm pretty sure last time she had to stop thrust to avoid doing at least 2 killing damage to Comrade.
Yeah. So that's what
I
Konrad
now
will be
understand
doing
something.
until the meeting. So
But yeah, no, she's got a lot of stuff she can teach. She's got technically she's the furthest down, like she's all the way to the 5th technique on noble dueling.
Mhm.
So like there's quite a lot she's got to teach, and she probably like intermittently goes between like sparring, probably goes through like some example like stances and techniques with you and against you, kind of back and forth, while the others watch to catch up.
yeah, that's good.
All right, okay. I think that's everybody accounted for. So Leslok, at the risk of delaying the session even further, is there anything in particular you do want to bring up with Kefis?
When we last talked to each other, I was going to probably tell about how things have been in like the last few months, and I was curious what his side of things have been for the last few months since I've seen him.
Oh, winter was very normal. Not too hot, not too cold. Spent a lot of time reading, transposing. Winter solstice is always an excellent time at the hill.
It is still comparable to the Northern Light, but I still wanted to actually know why you're here.
Well, that's very odd of you to ask, my friend, because I'm here because you asked about it. I recall the note you sent when you were in Saints Quay.
I meant, why did you show up to the capital?
Leslok, it occurs to me that despite the
Lord,
fact that
you're
you
bad at
are
this.
a brilliant scholar and an observant man, and also a sorcerer, there are times when you're very dense. You should best be careful in your opportunities with the fifth princess. She's quite skilled at commanding men and women. Anyway.
Everyone really did see that, right? Everyone did see that. Like, literally everyone.
Oh, yes, that was quite... If you didn't plan that to be public, it was quite public.
At the moment, I think I didn't notice.
I think, from
Pick
what
my own
I've read, that's for the best.
Yes.
But yes, by now the entire capital knows, and I suspect by tomorrow, all of Troicaron will know.
Now all of Trocaron knows.
Is Inos all right, by the way? He looked dead tired.
I think he spent all night making it.
Well, when you see him when he's awake, beautiful bit of craftsmanship. Love the assemblage. Is that orichalcum?
Yes.
Very good craftsmanship, yes. Very interesting. Anyway, you're not here to discuss jewelry. I'm sure you've read all of the panels and treatises that I have. No, I'm here because you left a note. You dunce. You sent a note. You said you wanted to talk. It'd be great to catch up. Things are afoot.
Mhm.
I was not previously planning on coming to the capital, despite my sister's disposition. Honestly, I'm a little surprised we decided to take my sister to the capital. There's not a lot of point in socially debuting her if the intent is to have her join the Church of Fishery. But that is a discussion for later. Presumably with people who are not the Marquess of Logi.
Yes.
Anyway, no. Also, I must admit, I was a mite concerned. Once again, speaking of things that I think all of Troicaron knows by now, but by the way, I'm imagining you guys are like sitting outside like a coffee house or a tea shop, in town. Also,
Yeah.
by the way, in case you forgot that too, weren't you attacked by pirates on the high seas?
How does everyone know that one too?
Because
He
we
just
weren't hiding it.
Slowly blinks at you and stares at you over your spectacles. Hello, let me introduce myself. Marquess Logi, good to meet you. I'm Kevis Verity, heir to the House of Verity. My distant cousin, Goban Saltire, runs the Lord of the Saints Quay.
No, you're right. I should probably have you in my court actually if you're so astute.
Well, I don't know what position you have open for a humble journeyman astrologer, but I'm sure arrangements could be made. Father is a little annoyed at me with it for insisting on coming. He likes things to be very, very orderly and regimented, but that is not the business of fate. No. Anyway, I'm glad you decided to send a letter to talk. Clearly, there are many things you need reminded of.
I beg it, just so you know,
Secretary?
last time was like Dr. Kepis, he was implying that there were other things that were like more personal and such that were like things he wanted to actually discuss, and I just don't know if that's been lost or not.
Well, I mean that's it though, is the thing. Like,
Okay.
He's like, hey, you to reiterate, in case you have forgotten, because it's been several weeks, when you were at the Saints Quay, you sent him a letter that was basically like, hey man, hope you're coming to the capital. I have stuff I'd love to talk with you about. And then also simultaneously, word spread through Trone that you were attacked by pirates and stuff, and you guys left after a day. So like, yeah, Kefis was like, oh shit, I better go to the capital and see how my good buddy is doing.
You know what?
I don't know
lines
exactly
up.
what he wants to talk about, but
that lines
it could
up
be
because I
important.
thought, fair enough.
Yeah, no. So like, he's like,
I've done this to myself. I thought there was something else in play.
I mean, you're the one who said that. Well, yeah, I get what
I
you
don't
mean.
think I
but
told
also,
him.
you're the one who said the note. You initiated this.
I don't think I told him to come to the capital. I just said like I wish I could.
No,
have
you
met.
just said that you hoped you'd see him, and he wasn't
Yes.
originally planning. So that's
Yeah.
my note is that he kind of
Yes.
rearranged himself.
Okay. Well, you
Listen, it
being
was
here
very
is
simple to convince
Go.
convince the captain. I just told him the cards said to come.
well, I am beyond flattered, actually. So it's actually nice to be able to for this. I guess, as you can see from the pin on, I am now an agent of the crown, and I am going to have a lot. My future is now becoming more complicated than I think I expected 3 years ago. But
Well, you are the Marquess now, in word and deed.
I don't think the weight of it has hit me yet, so it probably will soon.
Shit, did I give Kefis stats yet? No, probably not.
I think that guy's got a lot of scrutinized, but I don't think it...
I mean, it wouldn't be scrutinized, it would be empathy, but it's...
Fair.
I'm debating whether he should, roll anything out for it. No, he'll probably just say, well, do you feel any different?
A little, though some of that comes with other complications I don't want to discuss.
Things in life often do. Now, if you want a more practical discussion, as I said, I am merely a humble journeyman astrologer and passing scholar. A wandering scholarman.
I need a moment. Look, you made me laugh too hard. Wait, what?
Your sister
You
knows
always-
3 spells, okay? One of them is Way of Animals.
Okay.
Anyway, no.
Okay, well, I'll abbreviate this for everyone else's sake. I'm just like, I'm going to, I guess, vaguely flirt with the guy.
No, we want to hear more of you failing the
Well,
flirt.
first of all, go ahead and roll your Charm plus Fascinate pool. Have fun with that.
Fucking hell. Okay,
Yeah,
is
guess
my
what?
craving is my craving applied to this too?
Probably, yes.
What's your craving
Spend
again?
time with my
You
friends.
get
Spend time with my new
craving
friends and
things.
lovers.
Yeah, no, you
I mean, I get double the
Leslok
dice.
really wants to just have cool slice of lifetimes with his best buddy squad. Yes, you can take your craving die for that. This is absolutely not related to you being the Marquess at all.
It's not. It's just I wanted to spend time with Kepis and maybe flirt with him if I had the stomach for it.
Yeah, roll your Fascinate pool. I will also
3
abbreviate
9s.
for the- Ooh, shit. Okay,
Nice.
you're doing pretty good.
Nice.
You find your awkwardness
It's a little
endearing.
Well, we actually talk about something actually like intellectual. It gets going.
Yeah, no. I'm sure that when you get to the details, the primary thing.
Yes, the whole time.
The primary thing
Sorry.
would be Sorry, I'm writing a note on my notepad here.
I'm gonna take
People watching
a
the
pill for
video
my
version,
migraine.
It's not good because you're gonna be in the next scene too. But
Drink some water, my dude. Hydrate.
Don't hydrate.
I'll just write that down as chains ? So I don't have to write too much longer. I'll figure out something cooler than that later. Anyway, the primary thing I think talking about like an intellectual subject that Kefis would bring up is probably he would catch that you've got the Flambert now and like probably ask you like archaeological questions. You should not draw the steel, by the way, in the middle of the
I
tea.
won't, but I will probably describe to
Cafe
him
in
the
the
entire.
street.
I will probably describe him the labyrinth because I feel like that's something he'd love to hear about.
Oh yeah, he'll probably pull out a notebook and start making sketches. Intriguing, yes. Now, if you ever need an archaeological consultant, strictly speaking, the Astrologue Observatoire is mostly supposed to be concerned with, standing stones, sundials, that sort of thing. By the way, somewhere, Leslok is currently being eaten by rats. It's like a plague tale. They come out of the ground. Also, did I robot? I don't know. I didn't see my Discord freak out.
For me, like you were talking and then you just went ah.
It does that sometime. Oh, green
I
bars.
didn't. It wasn't on my end. Sorry, I stepped away to get water for a minute.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Oh, you're thirsty, are you?
God damn it.
Yes, I have. I'm getting a headache.
You're not helping.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right,
Anyway,
I'll be
yes,
quiet.
Kefis would be saying-
We'll abbreviate this as like.
No.
Let's
Let
not-
me finish what Kefis was saying because I got cut off by reprimanding Loth. He would say that the duties of the Astrologue Observatoire, which is like the university, I guess would be the best touchstone, like the general school of learning, technically supposed to be related to situations like clocks, astrological standing stones, sundials, that kind of a thing. But do occasionally get our hands dirty and explore some ruins.
Never heard of places of power. I will just abbreviate that.
scribbling notes. I don't recognize that exact phrasing, but we do have some very old works in the library.
I feel like something that matters of that would be more interesting to you.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yes.
Closes his notes. Well, I believe you have pulls out a pocket watch. Well, I believe you have places to be, and while tea
I
is
do.
fantastic, I do probably need to run home and make sure nothing is going wrong in my absence. As you know, Reschools is here, so wherever she goes, chaos follows.
Understood.
Reschools does have students.
Leslok is thinking about, do I ever ask Captain, just like, do you ever want to just join me and solve crimes together for a while? Just like, I think he's thinking about this. It's like, do I ask him now? Nah, I think I need Konrad's, and like Logesh is backing on that.
Well, later I can decide how much empathy dice I have, and maybe he could roll empathy and realize, hey, do you want to solve crimes together? No. He'll close his pocket, wind his pocket watch, close it up, and go about his business. But don't worry, we've sown the seeds of stuff. You've mentioned the word to him.
Which one? I said many
Place of
words.
power.
Place of power, yes.
Now you're probably gonna go
Words.
crunch that one.
Yeah. He feels like the best. He feels like the one that actually might get the most results outside of actually Ilias.
I'm gonna point this out because it's been buried by the chat. Probably by the end of this festival, you might want to invite him. If he's saying he's a wandering scholar at this point, you might want to invite him on our super awesome grand world tour thing we're doing.
I would like to, but I think I should discuss that with you guys.
Be the prince's prerogative, and also
Yeah,
I
I
would
was
like
gonna
to
say.
say on
Yeah,
mic again. You guys are not expected to go on every step of the grand tour because
No,
that
at
would
least-
require you to go to every quarter of Troycoron, and you kind of have to fucking
I
run
have to
your
go back.
country.
I have to go back. I might go to the one. I might join him when we go to Celticy though, but that's a separate ordeal. That's months down the line.
Yep. All right.
All right then.
Okay, we go back home. Everybody eats. I don't think anybody had anything. So probably shortly after luncheon is done being served. Inos, you are awakened.
Enos probably is not well rested, but he is probably not passing out now either.
Yeah, I mean it's the usual thing when you nap but are not planning on sleeping your full recommended 8 hours or whatever. You're still a little groggy, but you're not gonna die anytime soon.
Makes me think of those crab fishermen.
So, Enos would get up, change his clothes, wash his face, comb his hair, thank Emily. He will pop in down to his goldsmiths and make sure they have work for the day. It's like he'll keep him busy until he starts working on his next project. Enos did bring a variety of metals and gems from the Dragon Spike Mountains, so they can work on polishing them. That was something I wanted to ask. What is the education level of the apprentice?
I mean, in what area? Like with goldsmithing?
Yeah, just general like in literacy, arithmetic, and basic goldsmithing, I would say.
Well, goldsmithing probably requires a little bit of work there, so he's probably lettered, as in he can read.
Okay.
The math he would know would probably be specific, like he knows how to do simple arithmetic and conversions for like weights and stuff.
Okay.
Because a lot of work in like goldsmithing and jeweling is related to like weight, ratio, volume, that kind of stuff. General education is probably poor.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I even gave this little.
You gave him a name, but I can't remember it to save my life.
It's his first name is I think it's Faber, but it's the
I
pronunciation.
thought it was Timothy, but
No, it
I
was
was
not.
also
That's
listening to that
absolutely
song
wrong. That's a
while I
normal
was.
Yeah, it's Febron.
Fabron.
But I did not give him a surname. But if he did have one, it would probably be something related to goldsmithing. I assume he's from a family of goldsmiths or other tradesman types.
Okay.
I'm pretty
so
sure he
yeah.
didn't have a family name. I believe it was the other guy that did.
Yes, the other guy definitely has a family.
Yeah, but he's a journeyman, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Fabron is like not like super well educated. Everything he has is just how to achieve the craft of goldsmithing. I'm not exactly sure like where the curve of apprentice goldsmithing is, but he's probably been doing it since, like he was like 11 or 12 years old, so he's like 15ish, so he's in the like 3 or 4 years range. So he probably knows how to like clean, polish, handle everything, how to do weights and measures, how to prep tools. Probably can do, in addition to prep work, can do minor repair work. Probably not like, I mean, I guess, I think I already had you roll to pick this kid out, so. I would say, there's probably, I'll phrase it this way. There's probably a point where after so many years of apprenticeship, an apprentice could make some pieces on their own, but are not necessarily authorized to. Fabron is probably in that phase. Like, you could probably trust him with like a crucible and a mold to like cast basic rings, to polish and do a little bit of cutting or grinding of gemstones on a wheel, maybe to like use the little wire pliers and stuff, and like repair or make like little loops for like a necklace chain or something. Everything's simple. He's probably not skilled enough to do like detail work. Probably not. You wouldn't trust him with like a big centerpiece stone that has to be like flawless kind of a thing, but he can handle most like basic tasks, repairs, prep work, that kind of stuff.
All right.
Like I said, you could technically pawn off very simple tasks on him, even if you're not supposed to do that.
Oh, I'll basically set it up so that his mornings are a lot of prep work and setup stuff, and in the morning I'll give him some extra material so he can, experiment and find his craft.
Fair enough. Yeah, that should be very doable.
Yeah. The journeyman I'll set up to start pumping out actual wares to sell. At least basic ones. Basically taking the raw irons and then get the raw metals and gems and stuff, and making them into small jewelry pieces.
Okay. Are you gonna like provide him with some sketches or plans of a style, or do you want him to just start cranking out his own works?
For right now, he can do his own style. If I was gonna do like make me maybe start a business, I would start. But honestly, Inos is kind of flying by the seat of his own pants right now.
All right. So he'll, probably like as you are now ranked a master and have definitely created a master work. We all know this.
Yes.
As Kefis Verity said earlier, everybody in the city knows.
Heh.
All of China knows.
I have a thing about this I want to do at the meeting now. I'm writing it out just so like
Yep.
you see if it's a good idea or not.
Good pre-plan. But Kovac is like, since you are now a master, and like we talked before about how that means you like can't ever go completely poor, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, if he marks like that he is a journeyman working under your workshop, he can probably upsell his product a little, and in return, for using like your name and your master's mark, you get a cutback of that. So
yeah,
probably not enough to like affect your current wealth score, but very simple business stuff.
Well, like I said, it's enough to keep him afloat.
Yeah,
which is important. I basically want to be able to let them do things on their own while I'm running around doing stuff, and I don't have to come in every day and micromanage them.
Yeah.
Okay, so Inos gets that sets over, raids the kitchen for a snack, and then starts looking for people.
Well, people are here.
You will probably find Nicola because I haven't left the house.
Okay.
So if you check, are there private bathrooms or is there only one bathroom?
I would be.
Are there like armoires or stuff in our rooms?
I feel like we have private baths, but like like private baths. I don't know if we have like private bathrooms.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Our boys probably
So
do.
there's probably I mean, what we call, the privy chamber. It would not technically be an outhouse, but you'd have a room for that sort of stuff. You guys probably keep like wash basins and oh, I
Tubs.
forget not bedpan, but the thing you keep in your room, because you don't have a bathroom attached, just in case.
Bucket.
I know the
It's
thing you're talking
fancy
about. I
on
just
the
can't
bucket,
think of it.
yeah.
At the fuck.
Like I said, I can't remember the
Chamber
name.
pot. Chamber pot. Chamber pot.
Chamber pot. Yes, thank you. Yeah, like you probably have those in your chambers in case, because like pre-electrification going to the privy closet in the middle of the night is a thing.
Dangerous.
So yeah, but no.
And we do have
In
basic
your own
plumbing.
rooms, in addition to wash basins, you probably do have like cast iron tubs for a private bath, or there is as previously discussed, bathhouse attached to the building.
Okay. Would there be somewhere with a mirror? Is what I'm wondering. Or would the?
Are we up to
Because
Mercury?
mirrors were definitely invented by now.
Well, mirrors have been a long time, but we're talking about what type of mirrors. Are we like Mercury mirrors? Are we polished silver
I'm
mirrors?
talking about like a reflective mirror in like an armoire situation.
I
Am I
believe you
pronouncing
can
that
have
right?
mirrors mounted in your vanity. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then I would be in my room then, doing my makeup.
Well, since Nicola was the first to mention, I will. Inos will knock on Nicola's door.
It will be unlocked, and Nicola would be like, hello? Hello?
Enos is cheeky as fuck. He'll just open the door.
Uh,
Just Nick.
Nicola will look to be somewhat concerned for like half a second, then he sees Enos and goes, okay.
I was like, oh, Nicola. I was like,
yes.
just woke up, did some rounds. Where's everyone?
I believe our dear Marquis is attempting to.
No, this is
I
after
don't know
lunch.
what the proper
Everybody would
term
be back
is.
for lunch.
Oh, is he back?
Yeah, everybody would be back for lunch.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's-
everyone's downstairs. They're having lunch. I'm just freshening up a bit before my dinner outing tonight. But dear cousin wanted us to have a meeting.
Oh, a meeting, you say?
Yes, apparently we need to discuss family matters.
Sounds riveting.
Hey, hold on. I will go under nearby my desk. We will notice there is not a chair, but instead is a probably familiar-looking Oro-style cushion. I'm gonna bring this for you because you do still look a little shaky on your feet.
It's like, Enos will wave it off. It's like, no need for that. Yes, I'm still a bit tired, but I'm not gonna kneel over anytime soon. Not like
Okay,
this
then I'm gonna
morning.
bring it for. Then I'm gonna bring it for me. Because cushions are awesome.
That they are. Well, I'll see you downstairs. Enos turns to leave and looks back. Is like, do you need a hand with that? Gestures to the makeup.
You probably have a better eye for it than me. The application isn't the problem. I'm just mainly having trouble thinking about what colors I should go with. I'm thinking some light shades for now. Some lavenders, but...
Are you, like, still, like, pale?
No. As I mentioned during the time skip, Nicola got, like, tanned. Like, he's probably the tannest one in the family at this point.
Yeah, he probably has a I think you might even just call it a Celticy tan.
Yeah.
Enos, looks up, Nicola beckons down. It's like, go a little bit darker. Remember, your skin's more tan. The light colors make it stand out weirdly. Unless you want to powder
Right.
the entire your face.
Right, I keep forgetting. Sorry, the last time I learned to do this, I was paler than a piece of paper.
Also, my personal opinion is eyeliner really brings out their eyes, makes people want to drown in them.
That's a good one. Should give Oster a good shock. Maybe a
Inos
few
will
if I'm lucky.
head downstairs and find people.
No, I would probably imagine I'd have more time after the meeting, so I'm not gonna do a rush job right now. So yeah, I'll head down with him.
Cool.
Like I said in the text, you guys technically the Marquess has a private study, but that's probably a bit small for an all hands meeting. So you have a parlor, drawing room thing. You know, you have a private, intimate room space. There's a fireplace. There's probably a big desk. Oh well, let's do a head count. So there's all of you.
That's 5.
We've got the 2 older Pharaons, Everhard and Tancred.
We
7.
got Lucy, we got Moira.
8.
Yes, Lucy's here. Moira's
8.
here.
9.
And also you brought Matthias Gladwin.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, I tabbed the wrong space in my notes. And Everhelm Pharaon, the younger Pharaon as well.
So that's 11.
I think that's everybody in the house.
Sounds about right.
Yes, I do believe that's correct. I was like thinking
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
All right. So yes. A meeting.
A meeting.
Emily, Enos asked Emily to get another pod of red leaf.
Oh, she's already got it.
This is why I love her.
Really?
Probably, serves the rest of the carafe to everybody at the meeting.
It's like, so cuz, what have I missed this morning? Apologies about my dipping out, but you know.
You were fine.
I know I'm
I mean, you
fine.
were about to pass out, so
Sacrifices must be made.
You did wonderful work. And I guess as first order of business, I would like everyone to give Inos a round of applause, because it turns out today, as I have learned only about 2 hours ago, that everyone in Trichrone now knows I am courting the 5th princess. Give everyone, because Inos, a round of applause for his mastery of goldsmithing, and for him for letting everyone in the entire country knowing this.
I feel like this is.
You did do it in the main meeting room.
I
don't
know.
what you expected.
I know. It's like, but Enos will grin and says, "I feel like this applause is a little backhanded."
I mean, applause is due where it's due.
I was like, "I'm sorry, Con."
I for one thank you for the copious amounts of entertainment in the morning's festivities.
If I had left it to you, cuz, you would have hemmed and hawed for a week straight before giving it to her in a completely obtuse way when no one could appreciate the razzle and the dazzle.
I had no issue with how you did it. I just did not understand that literally everyone, that is everyone.
I'm
That's
sure he's
solid.
not that bad. As we flash back to this evening, and
I think Everhelm kind of interjects.
Brother, I mean, even I know nobles gossip. That's one of the primary things they do.
And honestly,
Also,
sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I was gonna say Everhelm has an interjection. Also, my lord, not again, no judgment on Enos's part. He's quite right. You probably would have held on to the bloody thing until, she reminded you that she already got you a gift. He gestures at the scarf that you were wearing. That I know that you didn't have to say.
You're right.
But also, you presented her with the gift on the front steps of the Palace of the Dawn. After you were sworn in as Marquess, there were probably 120 people in attendance between all the high houses. Not to mention all the courtiers and court officials, all the members of the bloody blood shields.
Yes, I spent the last hour comprehending that, yes.
I will say,
well, just so long as you comprehended, my lord.
Before you get too worried, it
Only an
is
hour?
hardly a negative.
Enos will cut you off. No, it's not a negative. Because it's a power move. You just showed off between all the gents and gentry that you have the money and the ability to give as a gift something of, well, frankly, untold worth. And you gave it as a gift to one that you intend to wed. You do intend to
Yes.
wed her, right?
Yes, and I feel like we could discuss that now.
It's
And at
is
the
indeed
risk
a
of sounding
positive
sentimental, it does show the princess how serious you're taking.
Yes.
Indeed, it was a very
Well,
meaningful.
the jest is out of the
battle,
way now, so I guess let's focus on.
but
Oh, the jester never out of. Sorry,
I hope that we can
I
cut the
channeled
gesture
Inos
to
there.
a minimum, at least. Thank you, gentlemen.
I make no
As
promises.
your steward, I must insist.
Anyway.
But also, yes, I believe that Inos is correct. It is a quite serious gesture of significant value. I must admit, while I am not your head coffer, I am a little curious. Concerned's not the word. Curious as to the source of the wealth of this item, though I do believe I can understand the source of the alloy enough.
Oh.
But indeed, the price would be quite an equal to our own liquid currency, at least the last time
Yes.
I checked in Stonehearth.
Enos will stand up or, raise his hands like, I'll explain that. Believe it or not, the jewel dragon pin is nothing more than some gold, some orichalcum, which was kindly provided to me by Nicola through means of alchemy, and a good topaz. The wealth comes from the techniques I use, employing it, crafting it, and imbuing it with a little bit of extra. You know, Iron Demon secrets and all.
Oh, okay.
I'm imagining Enos is making some kind of, like, Spice Bay type gesture when he says extra. do a little rubbing of
hell yeah.
fingers.
Mm-hmm. It's like, if we're being honest, if it wasn't for the orichalcum put into it, it would only be worth half as much. But, Enos, turns to Nicola again. Thanks to a quick donation, I was able to basically almost double it. So if anyone you should be thanking for not breaking your coffers, it's Nicola.
Not what the court physician is normally expected to do, but I suppose economic health is like physical health, but with money.
Money.
And it is in need of such.
Speaking of, I know I mentioned this already, but we were able to secure the loan from the Bank of Achenar. We will be able to bring a lot of money home to stave off whatever food crisis may be happening this year. We will have to worry about security and transportation for it, though. So we need to keep that in mind, especially with pirates and other bad things happening more and more lately.
I assume it's the wealth. It's the 1-to-3 ratio for wealth to treasure, right?
Yes.
So it'd be about the wealth. The loan has been about 220-ish crowns worth.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway,
Yeah.
Eberhard will cut in again and say, well, some of that at least we can work out on that. Had a burden this morning that the requested ship should arrive. The galleon should arrive within the next day or so, depending on the tides. We will need to be quartering additional men, but that should be no problem for the house to afford, especially with a loan. And the larger cargo size should be sufficient to hold any trade. Not that I doubt that the Sea Wolf can hold it, but it will travel much more secure under guard of the, 40 or so men-at-arms I think they're bringing.
Probably about that many.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they will not be staying at the residence. We will have to quarter them at inns in the city, but it will be sufficient for our purposes.
I give a side-eye to Konrad, Logesh, and Everhelm. I'm like, I don't know. It looks kind of even to me.
It's like, Enos will nod to that. Speaking of transportation and whatnot, cuz, Do you realize that you don't have your own horse and carriage here at Torchlight Hall?
We should
This was
rectify
indeed on my
that.
list as well, my lord. Yes. Marquess Leofric traveled on foot where possible and did not keep a carriage. And I believe the horse he had has been entrusted into the care of the constables.
Makes sense.
Yes, cause, like, it's like for safety's reasons, I'd rather you be able to travel in a carriage where people can't get at you easily. Call me a busybody, but I do worry for you here.
I call you smart. That's Moira, leaning back. Her feet are up.
So,
I will trust. I will trust our youngest member with the duty of helping cousin find a proper horse. I am not too fond of them myself, so I would need no help.
it's like it should not be too much a problem. Bigger problem is the cost we're gonna have to do to get the carriage done in with the proper livery and coat of arms. Even if we are doing it for safety reasons, traveling around unannounced is a good way to, well, upset somebody.
Good lord, we don't need more of that.
No. Actually, that brings up another point I wanted to talk about. So, over the past few days, I've been chatting here and there, and I've been noticing a rather concerning amount of news and gossip.
Yes. And Nicola will turn from his normal kind of goofy look to suddenly very serious.
It's like,
I am
The look.
loath to say, I've heard we are not the only nation experiencing unusual hardships.
yes, this is correct. Like, we can only talk about our own circumstances so far, but we have a lean harvest, the monstrum on the rise, and we have bloody pirates picking us up as soon as we leave port. Then we go look at the Isle of Tron and House Verity. They are seeing bad signs in the stars. I don't know if they've actually seen bad signs in the stars, but he's gonna just say it anyway. Seeing bad signs in the stars. The ships are foundering. The ships are foundering before they can reach point. I was able to talk to Lady Nocta Luca, and they talked about their monster attacks are on the rise as well. And in an audience with Baron Oro, they're talking about some of the... It's Kithless, right? That's pronounced?
Yes.
Kithless might be amassing near the Espada border, and things might be getting a little tense. Who knows what's happening in the other realms?
Omega, which of the lords is the one who's currently out right now?
Espada?
Well, you saw him at the thing, but
Oh.
yes, Lord Stranton Espada, the Marquess of Tempest, was not in when you guys arrived, even though his family was in residence. He apparently arrived sometime, got back into town sometime yesterday to be at the Oath of Fealty
Something
today.
has
I believe it was
obviously
mentioned
been-
that he was been going back and forth fairly
Yeah.
often.
Yeah.
Something has been going on with Espada as well. I don't know if it's related. Sorry, I don't know. I didn't know if it's related to the situation with the Kithless, but I've noticed that Marquess Stranton, is that right?
Yes.
Was not in attendance until this morning.
Inos not.
the-
Sorry. Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep going.
I just have one quick thing. The only houses we cannot account for are Cheval, Ferretti, and Marin. And I believe... Oh, and no. Oh, yeah. And didn't... Okay, hold on. This is
Nicola,
out of-
let me cut you off there, because I have an idea. We're all fairly well acquainted, and I think if we go out, make some social visits, and do some talks, we can find out what's happening in the rest of the realm. For example, we have a good Cavalier Logesh. He's fairly acquainted with the Espadas. He could go speak to them. Konrad, you can probably go speak to House Egg and House Ferretti, see what bugs them. And Nicola, I know you've been meaning to go talk with the Marin twins, and what a better chance to find out what's ailing them.
On that note, I had... I am one to separate business from pleasure. But I had set up a meeting tonight with the Lady Admiral, and I was going to address it with her directly.
So you're already thinking ahead. Good on you.
Oh, good on you.
But I do believe...
Crown had me concerned.
But that does leave House Cheval. I'm unfortunately not the most well acquainted with them. I am on speaking terms with Agave Cheval, but that's because usually I'm in the company of the Crown Prince.
And not to disparage her ladyship, but she spends most of her time here.
Do we know anyone? Do we know anyone who can get in touch with someone? What is their land's name of House Cheval?
Grassy.
Grassy? Does anyone know anyone now well connected in Grassy?
Nope.
I mean, I've
Moira
been
kind
at a little
of rubs
bit
her
of
chin and says, well, I made swords there for a while, but I had to leave in a hurry, so I don't think that'll be much help to you.
Probably not, but I do kind of want to hear that story of why you had to leave. We'll get a couple of those ales one of these days.
Well, the short
Enough time.
version is I had to hit someone with one of the swords I made, and he wasn't happy about it, but that's usually how those stories end.
Inos totally snorts at that. Oh.
Let's see. Well, let's see.
Let's see who's in House
Let me
Cheval.
double check my notes and who's actually in
Yeah,
town
let's
as
look.
well. Yeah, you guys can
I
check.
think I've interacted with one member of House Cheval.
I've had a little bit of contact with them, but it's mostly talking about animal breeding.
Yeah,
Is
but
Exeter in town?
I'm already asking you to go check out House Ferretti and House Cheval, and I know you got your own things you want to do. So
Is Exeter in town for like
Yes.
festival?
Yes, young Lord Ecther is in town. There's the younger heirs of House Connemara. I did say that you guys don't know him, but Duchess Cheval has also, in addition to her daughter, usually working with the King's Couriers and herself being in town, it is a unusual thing of note, which is why you caught this in your gossip rag, that her husband Geralf is also in town.
Wait, is it House Cheval that has all the food?
Yes.
the biggest
Actually,
fields, yeah.
this is just a general thing to note. There's a reason why they're ranked a duchy. The Grassy's huge. Like,
Yeah.
they've got most of the eastern half of Milieu under
The
their
high,
control.
the high food,
it is
if
called
I
the
remember
Sea of
correctly,
Grass.
the high food production places are Ferretti and Cheval.
Yeah,
Ferretti is mostly in like fruits and other growing stuff, and Grassy is both grains and animals.
yeah. Actually, well, in that case, I think I should approach House Cheval and maybe talk about purchasing some food ahead of time. Maybe earmark some of this year's harvest from them. And on the by and by, I could imply. I can ask some questions and see if anything is plaguing them. It might be, relevant to said harvest.
I will be meeting. As like I was just gonna pull out a letter or pull out a piece of paper. He unfolds it. It's like a list of things, and also I guess the letters of mark and to put like to the letter
Yeah,
the
throw 'em
list
on the table.
on the table. I think with that in mind, I should list off things I had in mind to be discussed today.
Oh, you have a
First
list.
order. First order. Tomorrow there's going to be a meeting with all of the actual agents of the Crown and those of the High Council for the festival and a few other means. I will be busy that day.
As you should be.
Makes sense.
May you be spared.
I
from
can go
both
talk.
of these long
I can
thoughts.
possibly put a word in with the Duchess to send someone on her for her house to discuss with you about the food purchase.
No, I can handle it quite on my own. I'll just send a letter asking to speak train about food. It's not that difficult,
right, then.
us.
Yeah.
We just got a letter. Sorry.
What's next on your list, cuz?
Second order of business. The king has given me 3 letters of marque involving our naval issues. I don't have
Pirate issues?
In response to our naval issues.
in response to our naval issues.
Letters of mark. What do they allow the person to do, actually?
It marks them as privateers and basically under the right of the king to hunt down other pirates and do any order of conduct to counter them.
Yeah.
It effectively, Lucy will jump in. Effectively, because she understands that while her Marquess was correct, that Enos might not have got that. Um, effectively, you become a privateer. Corsair is another word. It's like joining the Navy without actually joining the Navy. You are legally allowed to engage in battles with enemy vessels. I guess hypothetically, if there was ever another incident like with the Lost Empire, you'd be free to attack those ships, but mostly it's just pirates and other criminals. But there's no legal recompense to, carrying arms and sailing in other waters. Usually there are other opens, bearing your letter of marque allows you to dock in most ports. Port rules are actually quite restrictive. I don't know if you've noticed, anybody.
On the subject of that,
I mean, we do have to pay in Saint Queen.
Lucy, is bearing that letter something you'd want?
She kind of she pauses, she thinks about it, she gives Enos like a level look, but then she does turn to Leslok and say, "If that is what his lordship desires, I will gladly bear the king's letter of marque."
Enos will then look at Leslok.
I was going to ask if you would take one or not. And also, if you had any... I don't have in... As it's made clear, I don't have in mind for anyone to have the other two, so I was wondering if you had people you could, I guess, determine would be worthy of it.
Well, the house produces a few captains, but I don't know many of them who are in a position to be privateers. As Lord Konrad has noted previously, our own naval forces are quite limited. The Seawolf is cutting edge, but she was very expensive. We only have one of a kind. We've got a few galleons, which are similarly manned. We could ask around. But no, I don't have any captains in mind. We'd have to double
I
check.
have a mechanical question.
Yeah.
Is piloting a ship knowledge sailor, or is it a separate knowledge?
That would be knowledge sailor, yes. Would be piloting.
Okay. Well, in the oh god, what's the term I want to fucking use? Hold on. But Nicola didn't say that out loud.
I know.
Well, Konrad's going to say something. Well,
Oh.
I mean, with the status, it might be a little moot about who gets the marks if we are working more as a group of ships together. I mean, we couldn't deal with that pirate with Lucy's ship alone last time.
True.
No. I'd have to... She, pauses and thinks about it, If I wanted to take out Vossler and the Foxhound... Oh, I mean, the easiest would be find where Bloody puts anchor, pardon my language, and take a good couple of Teinemen with axes and billhooks and see how that does for him. But that would require us to find it first. I guess, we need to make sure we've got a proper galleons, proper heavy ships. But those are also quite expensive. Let me actually double check the armory. Do I have...
I think you do have ships down there.
I see.
Let's see. I think there's some travel. Yeah.
Well, at the very least, once we get back to Tien, I can maybe see about getting some lamplights who we can scout out the coast, make sure at least he's not porting anywhere along our coast.
Yeah, let's see here.
There was that word of a smuggling ring, too. I can't imagine that smuggling and pirates can't be too disconnected.
Lucy kind of, pauses, thoughtfully. In my limited experience, the two do go close together. You need different sort of ships. Smugglers don't like to carry guns unless they have to, and they like big cargo holds, so they don't carry a lot of, large men. But there isn't much difference, especially as some of the smugglers I know that exist on the coasts of Teine are wreckers. According to the king's law, so long as there are any survivors to a shipwreck, any of the salvage is legally theirs first. So I know there are some less than reputed gentlemen, not anyone operating out of Essex lands, mind you, but if they catch a sea wreck on the shore, they will remove survivors or make sure there are no survivors.
I have a question, Omega.
Yeah.
And maybe this is just my faulty memory, but what is the legal status of the flesh trade?
There's no slavery in Tricaron. That is actually like a thing pirates do that is illegal, is forced labor. You do obviously have like criminals. If you're charged with a crime, you can be sentenced to hard labor, but that is effectively part of prison.
Yeah, that's a sentence. That's not.
You
I mean, that's what we do here.
You do actually, because this is a fun bit of tidbit. Technically, you have trade guilds for prostitution, courtesanship, and also technically, if I'm understanding my history right, you at this time you would have a trade guild for beggars. Like being a beggar is actually like effectively a profession where you can have like rules and regs. So like
That's interesting.
there are like legal protections for that sort of
Then I would definitely say the only cargo, the only smuggling cargo I could imagine a vessel like that carrying would be dealing in labor rather than illicit goods.
Well, the point is,
You mean the Foxhound?
well,
Yeah.
no, not. Unfortunately, I don't think Vossler deals in flesh. I think he only really cares in the tearing of it.
The blood.
True enough.
Well, honestly, I know we were busy with other things, but if you want to know more about anything going on in the waters around Teine, you should ask my old man.
Well,
He's
definitely.
been sailing a lot, and quite frankly, Don needs something to do. But actually, this is a good question. Who's got student law?
Me.
I do.
Lucy,
I know
does
Conrad
explain
and
things.
Logesh do.
Okay.
Yeah, Logesh.
Conrad.
Go ahead and you guys
Conrad as
roll
well?
me
Yep.
student law.
I'm like, do
You
you think
violate the law.
do you think your Lucy? Do you think your old man would be up to maybe
Wait, no, not roll.
sorry,
Almost made that mistake.
maybe teaching up some lads so we can maybe get a little bit of more of a navy going?
Oh,
Eight.
he could handle teaching just fine.
Also got fives.
So,
Oh, you did get fives? Oh, my bad. I
Yeah, you
didn't
got
see
two
that.
fives. Law exposition dump. Talking about because it was mentioned earlier, like illicit goods. Strictly speaking, the idea of like proper contraband and stuff like that, like illegal narcotics, etc., doesn't exist yet. You guys don't have that shit. Like there may be certain items that are religiously prescribed, but there is no like forbidden goods. The way smuggling works is primarily one of two things: either dealing with provenance, i.e., are these goods stolen or illegally obtained? Because hey, if you cannot prove that you legally own this item, the under the king's law, the realm could confiscate it and throw you in jail as a thief. The other is avoiding taxes and tariffs. These are like very well appointed in these times, especially
Tax
also
dodgers.
dealing with like market rights and that sort of thing, harbor rights and so on as well. So the main thing that smugglers do, which we did discuss a little bit when the plot point came up, but that was literally like a month ago at this point. Those guys are going to be trading in goods that are heavily taxed or tariffed, and
Also rock
thus
salt.
they can make the money of it. You guys know specifically that rock salt is taxed because House Marin controls the lion's share of your sea trade, and they have a very good reason for making it so that not everybody has rock salt in their pocket. It would be kind of annoying to them if they did. So that their merchants and their trade laws and boats tax it heavily. There are other goods that are also like involve import fees and taxes and stuff depending. So that's mostly what smugglers target, and those guys made their check so they can ask me about it if they want to know more. But yeah, in general, so what your smugglers are going to be after is they're going to be focused on getting in goods illegally outside of trade ports or pretending that they have already, paid their dues and duties on goods to get them in.
Up that
And,
bottom line.
Yeah. So
technically, just real quick to wrap this back to piracy, what Vossler probably does is specializes in that first thing, in lack of provenance, i.e., knocks over merchant ships, steals their cargo, and manifests and pretends it's legitimate cargo.
You.
yeah. Regardless, smugglers and pirates probably run in the same sort of circle, so we can find one, we may be able to find the other. As for our naval issue, we might have to table that for now. Maybe we get a little bit more leeway in the budget. But if we get Old Man Essex on board, we might be able to train up a couple crews of actually decent sailors, and get them out with the letters of marque.
True.
There are three treasure now. That we can afford those, but that would have to plan it after the food. So that's something.
I
Yes.
think what he was also getting at is something we can deal with more once we get back to Teine.
Yeah, true.
Yes. Like I said, out of character, you should give one to Lucy.
Done so.
Yes.
And so, yeah.
And then we will try and, we'll fucking go to Essex, we'll click up the production menu, and we'll hit fucking galley, and we'll activate the Great Admiral, Old Man Essex.
I can't believe
Ekman.
that the bandits have spawned a fucking quadrille immediately.
Hopefully he has more than one charge.
Yeah.
Actually, we killed those bandits immediately, at least.
But,
Hoogla.
but yes, like... So I think that is good. All right. So again, so I do believe that takes care of that. Next thing on your list, cuz?
Let's see. Make sure I actually have this right, because I should do a fucking text document. Ugh.
Yes, it is Ashman.
Ashman sucks.
Put some extra sh in there.
Yeesh.
It will give the old man something to do in his retirement. Get to yell at young people. I know
Yes,
all old men love doing that.
Aye.
Third order of business is not something I think we have to come with an excellent solution for immediately, but I want it in the minds of all of you. After requiring a loan from House Oro, Baron Oro has I would say, very nicely requested for a specific trade deal with our lands. And I was hoping to determine an actual proper counteroffer. Or multiple counteroffers that we could sway through.
I think there's a lot of folding of arms because the joke I was going to type was, hey, who at this table has points in haggle?
I got
Me.
one.
I have 3.
Oh, okay. You guys have a
I've
couple.
got 2
Okay.
points.
I
We
have
have
2
some.
points.
Yeah, everyone with Leslok. As Leslok said.
Your NPCs don't.
Okay.
Double check. Lucy might have a couple points in haggle.
Moira
but
just
that's not
goes,
her primary focus.
I can't
But-
stab this deal.
Well, the thing.
I had to sell my orichalcum somehow.
So, the thing about trade negotiation is you got to know what they want, but also you need to know what you want. 'Cause what does Teine need right now?
We don't need the. We don't
If I
need.
may speak plainly, my lord,
Go.
says
Go
Lord
ahead.
Everhelm, we need food, first and foremost.
Well, Horo can't provide that.
Unfortunately, not directly.
No.
We need ships and merchantmen to acquire the food. It's not something he can provide directly either, but a good trade network covers a multitude of issues.
He has golden gems, which technically we have on ourselves.
Well,
We don't have a lot
It's
of
not
gold.
I guess, directly in the hands
Well-
of others.
Well, no. Actually, House Ora farly outstrips us in the types of gems they have. We have a good amount under the Dragon Spike Mountains, but it's nothing compared to the full-on mines that House Oro has. Not to mention, while we have mostly things like silver, rupees, sapphires. They deal in actual gold, cuz.
In terms of
The
gold,
Golden Desert
there's
is
no
golden
better
for a
word.
reason.
Well, if
It's
nothing,
not just the sand.
if nothing else, establishing a trade route between the lands would bring coin both ways. The problem is we don't want all the coin going to Baron Oro. Now, listen, Baron Oro, I like the man. He is fair, but
He's also shrewd.
also he is shrewd and cunning. So if you give him an inch, he will take a mile, and you will feel like his best friend for doing so.
And you'll have to be very careful of what kinds of deals you make, because we balance on a tenuous alliance with trade. Most of the grievances between houses we've had in the past have been because of trade agreements and negotiations. It does not do to repeat those mistakes.
Because
That's fair enough.
Because what the Baron Oro wants is he basically wants to be able to come to our market and get first pick of all our goods. It's like,
Oh, first market rights. I told you they're complicated.
now,
There's a, in case you can't tell from my higher tone of voice, this is Lucy. Who, by the way, Lucy does actually, she got 3. She rolls 7 dice for that.
Yay!
Tractable.
Oh, she has way more than I do.
so,
She's command 4. She is a ship captain.
so off the bat, the first thing that I would say is, sure, you can have first players, but you would have to pay an increase. You'd have to pay at a markup. It's like you get the first pick, you pay a little bit more.
Also, it may do well to limit it to certain goods,
Also,
as opposed to not necessarily time. For instance, well, I do not see Baron Oro, and the House Oro having much competition for first rights in regards to silver and that manner. The biggest problem of giving first rights is the demand for steel. And giving any house first rights in that regard is a significant advantage.
Considering his neighboring with Espada, he probably would like a contingent of Logi rifles.
Another thing we can probably use at discussion is waiving of certain fees, taxes, and areas. For example, putting into ports, picking on certain Oro goods, things of that matter. But
We must be cautious about too much waiving of taxes and fees, though. We do have our own slice of the king's tax to pay.
But
Exactly.
How much sway to the Adamant Gate do you think Baron Oro has?
none.
None.
Different.
They're literally rivals.
Yes.
Right.
Baron Oro directly? No. Yes.
It's what I would actually suggest.
Also, I will.
Dallas, shut up. Literally,
okay.
shut up. I was literally speaking. You cut me off.
Dallas is bad about that. Yes. Go ahead.
Cause if you were to take my advice, instead of trying to come up with a trade agreement right now, you should probably meet with the Baron Oro once more and actually find out what he wants first rights on. If he just says, oh, just whatever, that means he's going to try and basically take as much as he can get away with. But if he has something specific in mind, you might be able to work a better plan around it.
That is a solid. I just wanted some basis to, I guess, discuss with him beforehand.
Listen, cuz trade negotiations are not done in a day. Well, they are, but usually that's because people spend several hours talking back and forth, drinking lots of tea, and making snide compliments and backhanded remarks.
As I've learned recently, most deals should not be done in 10 minutes.
Oh, they totally can, Ben, when you play hardball. Have you figured out how to get around that yet?
That's a
He
work
didn't
in
have any
progress.
law.
I was about to say the silence speaks volume.
Oh my god.
I could start having NPCs roll empathy, but I won't. I think the squad gets a vibe. There's something going on here. There's some subtext, but we're not going to talk about it right now because it's not on Leslok's bullet points.
That is for something. I think when Inos actually has some things in work for it to be discussed on a larger scale.
Okay.
It's talking about right now. It just kind of like makes everyone look at me poorly.
Well, my only input on the whole thing is maybe iffy about providing them too many rifles, but especially when we could just provide them mercenaries for instead if they need riflemen.
Honestly, true.
Honestly,
I don't think.
mercenaries actually might be something good. If there
I don't
is maybe
think the
conflict brewing up there, that might actually be something they want.
Usually our men only go as far afield as Tron, Forrester. Very rarely have I heard of some Landsnet companies making it as far as Grassy. But it is known that Akunard does want for men-at-arms. This may be something to discuss in your trade meeting with the Duchess Cheval. I do believe it is usually Cheval pikemen and swordsmen who go across the what do I call that? I think it's just the southern channel is the little spit of ocean between Milieu and Keltacy. I do believe it is mostly Cheval on men-at-arms, lancers and the like who go across the sea. That is when they can't hire Espada men. That unfortunately presents a conflict, I believe, for when
I would
House
also-
Espada and House Aura were in conflict.
Go Dallas, please.
I would also note, maybe I want to make sure my cousin does not misunderstand my point. I'm not talking about weapons directly. I'm talking about the manufactured steel itself. That is our country's most valuable assets.
Actually, Lucy cuts in. Technically, our most valued export is that I'd have to do the math, but I think Teine produces something like 60% of all of Troikaron's demon fire.
That is also true.
Rifles, cannons, and all pistols are no good if you don't have the powder to use them. I know alchemists can supplement with fire sand, but
It's not a quick process.
yeah, in the north we've never bothered.
It's also
That is
not.
indeed where most of our trade with House Marin goes. They need a lot
Yes.
of cannons on boats.
It's also not as how do I put this? It's not quite as delicate as Dragonfire. Could be more explodey. That's not the word.
As far as more unstable.
It's harder to get to do what you want.
Well, that's the problem with demon fire. Sometimes it does what it wants.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, it is because it is alchemical. Fire sand is like instantly rendered inert if it gets at all wet. Demon
That's
fire is
true.
more like actual gunpowder, where like
Yeah.
if it's wet when you try and do the spark, it doesn't work. But if you let it dry out, it still
Yeah.
remains reactive.
Yeah, no, I'd say this. It also agrees with the ocean even less than you, cousin.
Inos, just kind of, shrugs at that.
I've noticed this with alchemy more and more. If it's not pure metal, it doesn't like lasting more than a week.
Well,
That is not true at all. But
let us
we're
not
getting
get
into that.
let's not get into that. Yes.
Uh.
So, cuz on the matter of the trade, I suggest you pay the bear another visit. Find out exactly. Inos doubles down on this. Finds out exactly what he wants, and if he tries to pressure you, just say no and walk away.
It is how we go with business. Also, yes, I'm asking because he's not taking part in this conversation. I'm asking Logesh to roll sight.
2 9s.
Oh, hey. Logesh, you noticed for the past like I don't know how long this conversation is actually talking, but like for the past like 15 minutes or so, there's just a perfectly normal city raven just perched on the windowsill outside. Tilts its head at you, looks at you. Hops around. a little.
I will stand up, walk over, close the window if it is an open window.
It probably would be open, yeah. The bird just kind of sits there and, takes it. I mean, it moves out of the way when you close the window shutter, but it's still sitting on the sill.
That's not
Okay,
it.
sorry. Would have gently tried to shoo it away before closing it.
It pecks at your hand a little. You want to put some effort into getting it to shoo?
Hold on,
Problem
how
with-
would he handle this?
Problem with birds.
Give me a gun.
Enos is. We're talking, so I don't know if Enos has noticed this yet.
I don't.
Call me superstitious, cautious. I am just concerned that this little thing is just actually watching us.
Well,
Enos
you,
will not whip his head around.
called
What?
it out, but
Oh.
go ahead and roll. Everybody who's got Eerie, roll Eerie.
Okay, yeah.
I don't have Eerie. Can I
Oh,
roll
dear God,
Soulcraft?
is it-
No, I think you're supposed to roll Eerie.
Alrighty.
You can roll
Soulcraft,
Eerie.
you roll Soulcraft if it's an actual spell, I think.
I mean, you will see, but it's Eerie.
Wrong. Wrong.
You've goofed it.
I've goofed it.
3-4. 3 4s.
I did it again.
You fucked it!
Twice.
Different fuck.
Okay, I got it that time. No match, but I got it.
Poly 2S10.
I also detect the magic bird.
5s.
I
Alright,
don't
well,
have
hey,
any
guess
points
what?
in Eerie. Can I roll?
Yeah, you can roll Sense too.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Watch him get a.
Yeah!
He's
He
done
did
it again.
Hey,
He can't keep getting away with this.
you definitely can.
He's done
I
it
think
again.
Loth is better at doing that than I am.
Yeah. So, despite for very ironical reasons, only Enos doesn't immediately get that, prickling in your thumbs, that chill up your spine. Most of you, now that you were observing this bird, are definitely like, oh yeah, dog, this bird's been ensorcelled. This is a sorceress bird.
Konrad whistles for blot.
Logesh, grab that.
Don't hurt the bird. I
Bring
think
it
Annette
inside.
owns it.
Okay. Can I make a... Well, do I have to make a roll to reach out and grab bird before it can get away?
Are you gonna? So you're gonna do what Leslok said and try and bring the bird inside?
I just want to... No. Capture it. Because assumingly, hopefully one of the more magically inclined ones will be able to hopefully brace it? I don't know.
Well, this is the point we're talking about. Anybody got any counterspell?
I do. What should I do?
You can just say you want a counterspell. You can roll.
Alright.
Go ahead, Logesh, and make me a body plus fight roll, or a coordination plus grappling if you've got that weapon skill. To grab a bird.
Oh, I will make the fight roll.
As yes, when whistled for blot, which is a much larger bird. Just fucking the one-handed bird grab. Just
Oh, what's that meme image of just you when it's a person grabbing like the gerbil or something?
Oh wait, hang on. Let me see if I can find.
So basically, how this order of operations is gonna go is, I think you got to meet. You may have to meet height, but I'm pretty sure with 5s he does, because intensity 5 is fucking. It's heavy, dog. But basically, the order of operations is, first of all, as I said, Konrad whistles for Blot. So Blot, which is she is a big northern rook, so probably a noticeably larger corvid. Scooches down, lands probably on the sill of another window.
Sorry.
Yeah, just grab the bird.
I do also want to be very. I do want to be very specific. The way I dispel this bird, or the hand motions I make to dispel it, I do just flip the bird off.
Okay.
Or throw
But yeah,
salt at it.
basically,
No, literally, I just flip him off.
yeah. So
Yeah, flip the
Logesh
bird.
grabs the bird, turns the bird around. Nicola makes a warding gesture of counterspell. At first, Logesh, this bird is acting not like a normal bird in that while it is a little annoyed that you seem to have picked it up, it seems perfectly okay with being like grabbed and turned around to bring inside. Once Nicola does whatever he's doing when he counterspells, because I don't think Logesh has any dice and counterspell, so you don't fucking know.
No.
The bird actually begins acting much more like a normal bird and is just kind of like wiggling its beak and kind of like. You're wearing gloves, right?
No.
I mean, you might be able
take it
to.
over. Right
Well,
now.
take a shock damage to your hand then. This bird does no longer want to. Yeah, get pecked, nerd. This bird no longer wishes to be held.
Yeah, you can let it go now, Logesh. It's just a bird now.
Sorry, my brain just pictured just opening up the window, just toss it overarm, just outside. No. No,
The bird indignantly
Enos!
calls and flies
No,
over.
gentle
Enos,
release.
you may now roll soul craft.
Yes.
It's like, wait. Let's look like I
After
don't
it surrounds the
spell
window,
would be
Claw
like.
chases it off.
Cawing ensues.
Ah!
It happened again. Minor
Sorry.
syntax error. Minor syntax error. 3/8.
3/8.
Okay.
Yes, you can be reasonably certain that this bird was under the effect of the way of animals.
Inos is going to sigh. He is going to go to the parlor door and he is going to open it.
Oh, there's nobody at the parlor, outside the parlor door.
No,
Oh,
and then
there's
I'm gonna
no-
call, and I'm just gonna call Aurelia.
Huh? What are you calling her?
Oh, that's not who I
Oh.
thought it was at all. Oh,
Oh, that's okay. That's actually the better
that
case
makes
scenario.
sense, but that's
That's
not who I
that's a
thought.
way better case scenario.
I think Aurelia appears at the top of the stairs, trying very hard to seem completely innocent. Oh yes, Enos.
Would you like to join this meeting?
You
Oh.
said it, not me. Jumps over the banister,
Fucking like a
practically teleports into the room.
I'm confused. What's going
And
on?
closes the door. like-
She was controlling the bird.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes,
she
of
can
course
do
you
that? Look at her.
I don't
She's-
know.
Hypothetically, an enchanter can command the souls of small animals.
In
Lucky
the
was-
future, I would advise against such thing, considering we don't know who we can trust and other events that have happened here. So please, be
I do
mindful.
apologize for flipping you off. I thought you were Alias.
Oh, that would have been
No,
so much
I am
worse.
Cause, okay, first off, cause enchanters aren't that common enough that we're gonna have random ass people doing that. I think probably 99% of all soulcrafters are probably up in Norland right now.
That's true.
It's why
Oh,
I had a
sure.
very good guess onto why there was a weird bird here. But also on the other note, I know that teenagers will be teenagers, and just telling her no, stop it, probably wouldn't be the best idea. So, he kind of, he claps his hand and just gestures to Aurelia sitting down.
I will admit, despite my upbringing, I know very little about souls.
Hypothetically, purely coincidentally,
course.
Aurelia goes on. I believe, though I've never actually seen or heard of it myself, I think a summoner could, know the name of a bird and
I was-
command it as familiar.
I was thinking that, and I was more worried if that was actually.
Well, that's enough of that. Aurelia wishes to sit on the meeting and learn of all the lovely adult things so she can write about it in a diary later.
Oh, okay. I need a moment.
Okay, if she's part of the meeting. Aurelia, what are your thoughts on the economic situation we should do with Baron
It's
Oro?
like, yeah, it would be an economic crisis. It's literally that meme.
I mean, I think she kind of like pauses and puts a hand on her chin and says, "Well, sadly, I'm not very well versed in the exactness of trade. Would be something to discuss with my teachers, but since this is the first I've heard of a trade deal with Baron Oro, would you like to recap for me?"
You're the
Oh,
ones guys who
good
started
motion.
this, so you got to do it.
I will good-naturedly recap for her.
Thank you. Aha, dodge the bullet.
What's her opinion?
She kinda,
Exactly
like,
this.
drums her nails on the table for a second and says, "Well, I mean, it seems very simple. I think Inos has it right. I don't know the Baron personally, like apparently all of you do." Eyeball around the table. But
Konrad shrugs.
it seems like if you just ask him what he wants in, good faith, that'll be fine. I agree that we should probably be cautious about our most delicate resources, but that may be what he's after. I mean, there's nothing to do but to ask. I'm of the understanding that having been recently to the shops to look at, fine dresses and things, textiles are very expensive. It is about to be shearing season. Wool would not necessarily be in fashion in Celticy for everything, but it is quite expensive, even here in the capital.
That is another potential.
I haven't thought about
Well, Axe, write that down.
that. I will. I'll put
That is
more
also,
that
by the
down,
way,
write that
actually true.
down.
Like the doing, research on like trade and smuggling and stuff. The number one thing that is super expensive that people don't think about is you guys are still pre-industrial revolution. All like textiles
Yeah,
are expensive
clothing.
if you're not making them yourself.
Yeah.
Wool was actually like very valuable because it's not really farmed lots and lots of different places.
I put so on I put this on my notes. I put this.
Okay.
Well,
Makes
It's almost
me
like
Well,
feel-
you don't
special
have to
trade.
confirm it, Axe, please.
I know. Just did.
It's
Okay.
almost like there's a special road for this built called the Silk Road.
I'm about to start slapping people.
Okay.
It's like, okay.
Anyway,
So,
cousin, I believe you had more on your itinerary.
oh yes. Let's see. This one is more of a personal matter, but I feel like it's worth discussing now. Though we can abbreviate it with another matter. First thing, fourth order. As I am now Marquis, or as I am now Marquess, I have to plan for the future of the house and my family and my connections. I would like to also know if any of you have plans in the future for extensions of your own lines or lack thereof.
it's like, wait, no, you ask first. You gotta tell us yours.
I won't give a timetable to it, but I will be asking. I'm going to get his name right one moment.
Cephas?
No. I'm going to
I
be
know who you're referring
asking. I'm going to be a Grand Duke Petzeroy for his daughter's hand.
Oh,
And I feel once that's in order, we have to discuss actually how that will work within our family and the house.
I'm not going to lie, cousin. I'm pretty sure he knows you're coming.
I mean, this is the thing that we've literally been saying all day. I didn't actually hear Leslok say this phrase, but what's going around is that literally everyone in Lampclair knows.
Yes, but I still have to do it properly.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, you have to do it properly, but you have to make your intentions clear. When do you want to marry her? This year? Next year? You can't hem and haw over it.
I will do it before the year is over.
Excellent. Now you need to go tell her. When are you going to go do that?
I was going to meet her after this meeting, actually.
To tell her that you're going to marry her at the end of the year. What decision you just made right now.
Probably ask her.
Well, I can't imagine after that she's inclined to say no, but there are a few steps involved.
Yes.
I've been studying up on my courtesies of courtship, you see. Aurelia says it in a way that makes it clear that she'd really rather not. It is polite in our society to ask the parents. Also, she is the 5th princess, so I
She is.
assume that there will be a situation of a sizable dowry, which will need to be agreed upon.
I need to
Offered,
make
at
more
least.
orichalcum.
There could also be
No,
others that are fine for her hand. Maybe you'll have to duel someone. Leslok.
By the way, funnily enough, that was a joke I was going to make way earlier when we talked about it being a negative plus. But as seen with the herding cats, you guys went like 4 conversation threads deep, so I didn't get the NPCs to get a word in edgewise.
When
but
that
no,
happens, I will manage.
on-
I will deal with that.
On Nicola's point, Aurelia says, I understand why you would have that backwards because it's that way around for you, but no, the dowry is offered by the bride's family as, I guess, traditionally compensation for taking her into your household. If you do it the other way around, it's called a bride price. That's the situation that Brother Konrad has to deal with in his own necessities. Who gets whose money?
Yes, by the way,
Right.
Konrad, have you actually come to a
Also,
decision
you know-
on that yet?
What?
Actually, yes, Konrad, have you?
About what? About if you're gonna make?
You get ganged up on.
Yeah, about you marrying into her family or her marrying into yours. Because if I recall,
I mean,
I
it
tried
depends
bringing
if I
this up.
can-
I did bring this up to you, and you didn't want to think about it at the time. You wanted to be happy. But it's been several weeks, so I'm curious to know where you've gone with it.
I mean, it depends on if I can get a title and holding on my own back in Teine.
I mean,
Oh,
that
so
shouldn't.
you actually do want the land. You actually do want land of your own.
I mean, that shouldn't be too hard.
I mean, I think mostly the title is more important than the land, really. Small. Yeah.
I mean,
There's a couple
actually,
castles that I've looked into.
that's like Inos waves his hand. That's easy. Just found a new banner. Call yourself the House of the House of Stall or something.
Or like,
Take up a castle and just start your own noble line.
Well,
I was like, I was gonna say
Usually
sword hound, but he's like,
don't
wait, that's a
just
terrible
say
idea.
that you're
starting a new
banner
cadet
house.
branch is usually quite significant. Konrad would require large land investiture for it to be a freestanding house. But a single holding of a castle or a township should be very manageable. Strictly speaking, as the Marquess, I was going to say something slightly rude about whether or not Leslok actually knows all the things he owns now, but I'm pretty sure someone showed him a list before, so he would.
I
Yes.
do. I can't forget it, actually.
That's slightly unsettling, brother. Anyway, but yes, strictly speaking, the House of Logi owns a lot of castles. Obviously, Huron and myself, we don't have any claim to any hold currently, other than the stipend father left us, but there's any number of parts of the Logi domain that Leslok could carve out. Wasn't that situation with Mother? What was the name of that port town? Grantham Bay? I believe technically that holding is up. And also, weren't you and Logesh researching that old castle by Lorelei Rock?
Yes.
Castle Storberg? Jorberg? I mean, that's one of the castles I looked into.
I don't think anyone owns that castle.
Yeah, Castle
technically.
Stolberg. But it also used to belong to the mayor, and we've been
Well,
trying
not
to
the
actually.
Castle didn't. The
Or at least
Rock
the-
did, but those are separate.
Yes.
Don't ask
So,
me how I know that.
one other thing I'll mention, since I did talk to the Lady Martlet, of head of the house, she's not totally against Rina joining the house, but she was interested in perhaps arranging for some mercenary contracts, so they have men-at-arms in exchange.
That is more manageable than Raw Capital.
I did mention earlier, Tron is one of our major sources for mercenary men. They don't have many men-at-arms there. There should be a few Landsneck companies who have done some work. Actually, this is probably a good time for a little bit of world building. I think, very briefly, Moy would interject and be like, oh yeah, what about old man Krieger? What's he doing these days? Didn't he retire to become head of a mercenary company when he left Leofric's service? Eberhard does nod.
Oh, Herman Krieger.
Yeah. He was your old man's Cavalier himself.
I
back
haven't
the
looked
day.
in. I haven't looked into the Venator wedding actually.
Well, you got old family connections. He's known you as long as I have, which is to say, before you were born. Actually, technically, he's probably known more of you longer than I have, because, Moira gestures at, like, Aurelia. Some of you weren't born, so technically I never know you.
Hmm.
But it shouldn't be hard to arrange, an old swash, an old buckle. Moira kind of pauses and taps like the hilts of her sheathed swords. Who's the old bird in charge of these days? God, it's been way too long since I've been to Tron.
Oh, what's...
I could have a roll for this, but she would not be very good at that.
I was like, is this an answer we would know?
Yeah, I mean, Comrade met her. It's Dinah Martlet.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Dana Martlet is currently the head of House Martlet.
Oh, I think I heard her sing once or twice. But yeah, no.
I think
Don't
she
know
is mostly
personally.
retired and now the dean of the Scala Symphonia.
Well, there's another inn you've got. Pretty sure old Conti studied at the Symphonia a little bit.
We did seem to know Conti.
Shouldn't be too
So I think a
hard
lot
to-
of people know Conti.
Yeah, well, it sounds like he's a lot more humble about it, but he got around, wrote a lot of things, sung, strummed, collected coin, did other stuff that we're not talking about. Hit people with swords.
Toppled small countries? What?
I mean, it sounds like that's a lot of what happened when Father was traveling around with you guys.
Well, yeah, Conti had his own way of doing things, but yeah, that's mostly what he did. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he's not here, but I suppose as your teacher, he's got, other young people to look after. But with the crew in the old day, Conti was more of a information man. Obviously, if you need a man to spill his guts, literally or metaphorically, that was what old Krieger and myself were for. But Conti has a way with words and a way with people. And also, you'd be very surprised what you hear just strumming a lute in a bar corner. And what you hear after getting thrown out of a bar corner because your lute's not tuned. What I'm saying is he was always had a good way with information, going to the streets, hearing things. Now, I suspect that'n, she very clearly, by the way, points at Inos, is pretty good at going places, listening to things, definitely good at chatting to people. But, he has to go around she vaguely gestures to her face to indicate the veil.
I was about to ask if Xeno's veil on right now, actually.
No,
That's good.
no,
Yeah.
his veil's
No,
not.
I'll
speak for
We're in the house. Enos' veil ain't on.
I suspect it's
That
to
would
do
be
with on
cruel.
account of how one, he's pretty, but two, also he's got horns and stuff, which do occasionally unnerve people.
And stuff.
And
Glance at the
stuff.
tail.
And stuff. But this wasn't talking about me, but this was talking about you, Konrad. So, just to recap, you are planning on marrying the good lady, Rena Martlet, and bringing her over.
That's my intention, yes.
Time. Excellent. Clearly, we're gonna need to have an amphitheater built somewhere. Put that
Actually,
on
I think
Where's the opera hall?
some sort of cultural.
Cultural district.
Yeah, I didn't want to say cultural district, but I'm just like, damn it.
I mean, we kind of
Do be like that.
It do be like that.
we have a 4X face in our future.
Well,
A culture victory.
yeah, so it's like
Get a lot of
about
phases.
bleeding time.
I'm definitely the blue one.
So, okay, But, so we know what Konrad's doing. Nicola, what about you? Have you decided which of the twins you're going to marry, or both of them?
I mean,
I
Both of them,
feel like
yes.
I feel like
What?
Aurelia has to try very hard not to choke on her red leaf at that one.
What?
I
It's like-
mean,
What?
I've gotten the distinct impression that
What?
the twins. Oh right, I hadn't mentioned.
You have never actually
Uh,
talked about this directly.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I
talked to
noticed
this about Inos
you've had interest in
times.
them, but nothing that far.
I mean, I've attempted to court both of them, and they have been warm but a little tepid, a little nervous about the prospect. I've come to expect that the twins may be a package deal regardless of who they end up courting. However,
I mean, I don't want to interrupt, but I feel like Moira has, a low whistle at that. But also, don't say that part in public. I think somebody
no,
will beat
no,
you up.
obviously no.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
Handle it,
probably
Andy.
it's probably Akila's decision anyway. I didn't say that, and you didn't hear that.
I mean, depends on who's asking.
Regardless, unfortunately, I do not believe I will be able to bring them into our family. I will most likely have to go to theirs, as they are the heirs apparent. And I am, status-wise, your court physician and not much else.
Wait, hold on. This is Moira again.
So you're
Actually-
leaving?
Good question. So, not to talk about Miss Coraline too much, but twins? Simultaneous
Yeah.
twins? One of
I
them doesn't go around
believe-
bragging about who's older?
No, they are very,
Are they identical?
although they're not identical, they're fraternal, but they are very closely, they do look very similar. Akila takes a somewhat leadership position, but it's more of a social function as opposed to any status. They're very close, regardless, which is why I've implied they are a package
I
issue.
don't know. They seem different enough in personality from when I met them.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, Oster is much easy to fluster.
That's the important thing, I think, Nicola finds.
Well, I'll file that under things I didn't need to know. But, strictly speaking, now, I'm not an expert on Crownish law. That should be very clear about how I go about my business carrying swords. You want to talk about the Code of Honor? Know lots of things about that. But I'm pretty sure, unless they want to do some unheard of fuckery, and yes, Moira does swear, with the laws of inheritance, only one of them can technically inherit. So that would I haven't spoken to Coraline in years. She's probably not happy to see me. She seemed a little annoyed at all of us in Leofric when we, fucked off back to Teine. But I
Why?
would guess she probably wants, I'm going to guess, the daughter to inherit, because I'm going to guess that she's the most like her.
Well, I admit to not knowing the Lady Admiral well, but would you say the Lady Admiral is as clever and as sharp as a sword in your back?
Seems more the front sort of person.
That's true. That is rude. It is more of the front.
A sword in their ribs, yes.
I feel like Moira actually, like, for the first time you've known her, which has only been a couple days, but still, she's very talky. She actually gets a little reticent and actually, like, gets a little introspective and is like, well, strictly speaking, I have actually been pretty close to having her sword in my ribs before, so yes.
Then yes, I would say Aquila is much more close. Although Oster is not without. I believe I'm making a bad impression on him. He's a very talented Sailor, a very talented swordsman. He does, however, often defer to his sister for meanings of strategy.
Well, in that case, you should just marry the brother and then just go visit the sister for a dalliance when you go home to visit.
Well, that business is your own, but that
And that
would
business is
solve
theirs.
the inheritance problem, on account of the other thing. That said, I mean, strictly speaking, again, I'm not an expert, and honestly, out of character, you should probably be talking to someone slightly different. But I keep doing Moira's voice, so we're gonna go with it.
I mean, there's
Um,
there's like 5 other people here, so yeah.
That's true. Moira's got that worldly experience, hitting people with swords. And hitting people with swords when the matter of the heart is involved. Lots of people hit people with swords over that one. But even if he isn't the twin who's going to inherit all the titles and stuff, he is still, I guess we'll count second-born. I'm not going to ask her to do the math. Well, I might do that just because then she'd probably try to hit me with a sword, but there's the off chance that if I make her mad, she'll try and just shoot me this time. So, don't want to do that. As the newly appointed fencing master of House Logi, don't challenge anybody to a sword fight when they've got a gun. It's not a good idea. You can stop a sword with a bullet, but it's terrible for the sword. It's just bloody awful.
I'll keep that in mind. Note to self: bring 2 guns to every sword fight.
I mean, that goes against the code of honor that she was mentioning earlier, but yes, that's much more effective. Guns beat swordsmen until you run out of bullets.
No.
Then sword beats
Bring
you.
adamantine
Anyway.
weapon to a gunfight.
Yes. No.
We did get Konrad an adamantine sword, so he can just use his anti-gun sword.
Okay,
Nicola is
okay, please,
unbreakable,
okay, guys,
I
please do
mean,
not
but
get
yes, no,
do not get too
Moira would
distracted.
continue to exposit, but that's still a major issue of, inheritance and honor and stuff.
Yes.
I
am approaching them from a downward position of status, regardless of the inheritance status.
Well, I mean, if you're a pretty cool guy, that's not so much of a problem. Let's see, you're a doctor, you're an alchemist, from what I've picked up from all the orichalcum you've been hurling around.
Yes.
At this rate, Nicola's gonna get kidnapped.
How far on the
No.
trade have you actually gotten
What?
Ransom.
for alchemy? Like, how far?
So we might have to raid the
Oh.
Marin household to get Nicola back someday.
No, they'd ask. No, Coraline would ask you for ransom first.
Mm.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Also, I
Yeah,
most likely would
she
be
kinda,
on a
like,
ship.
She kind of like reaches out with a foot and like taps Nicola with a boot. How many pounds you say you weigh? You could probably rustle up that much silver.
Aren't
She'd
you
prefer
meeting
it
with
in gold, but
Aren't you meeting with her later today, Nicola?
Yes, I'm meeting with her for dinner.
Right, sorry, you keep getting me distracted.
How long after you don't come back should we leap into action?
Right, you
No,
keep
I
getting me
don't
distracted.
think-
No, Moira like punches her palm. Now the point I'm trying to get at is, unlike the Marquess's position with the princess lady, and I assume the younger Logi's position with the singer, the opera singer. Is it really like widely known you're in a courting position? Have you been exchanging gifts, going out?
We have been talking about it, but in their words only, I may have, in the heat of the moment, come on a bit strong, and they said they wanted to get to know me first. So we have been keeping it.
Then...
We've been keeping the courtship quiet, but the friendship public, if that makes any sense.
Then, while as you can see, she gestures to herself, I'm not really one for romantic advice. I've just seen a lot of people bollocks it up. That's when I get involved, because usually people, again, the swords and the hitting. But a period of public courtship is expected, so we could start fielding that now, and strictly speaking, as odd as this is to say, the discussion of the disposition would probably involve your respective liege lords. So, I mean, I don't know if the Marquess really wants to have that talk. I can go with him if he likes, but I don't know how much talking we'd get done.
You could be stabbing going on, or attempted stabbing.
You know, I'm sure I could catch it with you know, an armbar or something, and make her cough up a son or two. I don't know how many she got. But she might be a little resentful of that, so that's not really conducive to a long-term relationship.
Enos will
discussion we're having. You know?
Yeah, Enos will cut in, and I think that is probably where we're gonna have to go on the issue of Nicola. Nicola, you do need to realize that you are making some moves, and if you're gonna continue this, you're gonna have to make more moves that put you in the limelight. I need you to be okay with that and not shirk from it.
Yes, I have been expecting to have to do something. Obviously, before I came here to the Crown Festival 3 years ago, I didn't expect anything quite this complicated. But I was always expecting to give up my position in courtship to ensure my sister has hers.
Mm-hmm. Enos nods, but you know, he'll kind of lean over the table. It's like, when you meet with the good Lady Admiral tomorrow, you should probably bring it up. But also consider that if you do go through with this, you might not see us for a very, very long time.
I understand.
Follow your heart, Nicola.
I will. On a more positive note, the twins, at the very least, are well traveled, so you don't have to worry about me being sequestered in some tower somewhere.
No.
Although I do have the hair for it.
Hurriedly sips the cup.
So let's just move on.
I'll skip over Logesh, considering I don't want to put him on the spot.
Well, no,
Why
we're
not?
totally gonna put him on the spot. Logesh, what are your romantic and
Everyone else got put on spot. Logan gets put on spot.
On the spot. You literally made a speech.
It's like, no, we're not.
I'm just like, everyone gets put on the spot. Oh, Logesh is fine.
No, he is not fine. We are throwing like, you get under the bus. What are yours? Like, well, actually, we actually already know he's gonna go take his good buddy Rodrigo and go to a matchmaking ceremony with Baron Oro. We won't let him get out of that. We'll make sure to pencil that one into his schedule.
Actually, you're right.
Okay, so he has seven
yes.
choices then?
I don't know, actually. The Baron does seem to have a passion for matchmaking recently.
I will. I'll write this down to quadruple down on that now.
Excellent.
Well then,
You are gonna have. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I do want to get this out. You are gonna have to go convince Rodrigo to attend with you, though.
oh yeah, no, it's purely just it was purely a tactic to hopefully get Baron all off my back about this. But no, yes, I will try to convince good old Rodrigo about this. However, I haven't talked about it because sorry. Personal matters, not really my strong suit when it comes to speaking out about this. And I haven't let it be known to anyone, but yes, I will be planning on possibly asking out Ainara. Don't know how that's going to work out. The whole situation with that family seems a bit untenable for the moment.
Dangerous.
Ainara?
Exactly.
Really?
I make the sign of the cross at you.
Oh, don't
Or
be. Don't be so
equivalent of it.
dramatic. That's my job. I'll have someone bring in the fainting couch and I'll collapse into it.
Good, we need the mitigation.
So what's with everyone in siblings? Come on.
I'm not going for both of them.
Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain his interest in
Cousin
Rodrigo
Logesh,
is
I am
purely
very happy that you
platonic.
said this. I appreciate you saying this.
I wouldn't touch that. No offense to Rodrigo, but I do not have the stomach for that level of dramatics.
Oh, he's not as
And I
bad
don't
as you
Logesh
think.
either.
He
I
came
was
to my
mostly
ice cream.
joking. But you did mention that you were using Rodrigo to get out of any attempts Baron Oro tries to get you locked down. So
I think the Espada Lass would be much more productive in that response if she's attainable, on account of the fact that I'm fairly certain she would hit any of your suitors away with swords. It's usually how Espadas go.
Enos nods at that.
Enos?
Mhm.
You were going to say about the ice cream social?
Yes, Rodrigo came to the ice cream social and was actually quite pleasant. A little broody, yes, but who doesn't want to be a little dark and angsty at some times? You know, as Enos' gaze passes over Aurelia and Leslok.
So, the reason I haven't talked about this, because honestly, I've been... Oh, Dallas has a visitor. No. I've been trying to, a bit from the sidelines, but try to placate and hopefully not let that situation with the Espada siblings get as bad as we think it might get.
Oh,
I haven't made...
Oh, sorry, Enos was saying, oh, look at Cousin Leslok stopping a civil war before it even begins. How admirable.
Logesh.
Did
I'm
I say
Logesh.
I'm sorry. You have 2-syllable L names. It gets to me.
Okay, Leslok will, Okay, sorry.
Or, I guess, Leah. I mean, like, look at Leah.
It's not about stopping a civil war. It's more so I enjoy both of them for different reasons. I've mentioned before to Enos, before the Ice Cream Social, I feel a bit of kinship with Rodrigo, considering our situations. Not exactly the same, but similar. And Ainara is... What's the best way to describe this? An interesting, beautiful, and actionable lass.
She's a fiery soul.
I don't want you
If I've
talking about
ever
it that way,
met one
Leslok.
Espada, I've met enough to know. I'm gonna assume that Old Man Stratton's daughter is probably... Well, Enos, you tell me if I'm wrong. Would you say that she's like, if you, built a sword in the shape of a walking, talking, stabbing girl?
Enos, leans back and be like, yes, she is sharp.
She is quite sharp.
Sharp, brilliant, and quite often to the point.
I guess full
Yeah,
flourishes
sounds about
too.
When it comes to if this does go much further than how it is at the moment, and any proposal that is accepted, more than likely I will accept the matrilineal marriage, because let's be honest here, I have technically renounced my right to head of the house. That is Lord Cousin's, Leslok's thing. So hopefully that way there won't be any crisis issues, because I do not want to deal with crisis issues of inheritance.
yeah, you'd have to go pretty far down for it you to get brought back.
I know. However, it's not a 0% chance.
There's always support. People, everyone, someone's married. People are
People
always married
wanted
to different
me
ideas.
to succeed as head of the house, even though I had made my stance very clear.
Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't matter if the person themselves want it, it's if someone sees it as an opportunity.
He's pretty
Regardless,
smart. He gets it.
that is
Well, that
my
is just-
cards on the table.
I don't know the young Espadas personally, but I've heard things. I've been around. Just ran a fencing school for a little bit in Akunar. You hear things. The main thing is gonna be in that respect I can answer, not the courtship thing. I mean, I think it's bloody crazy to try and court one, but then the High King married an Espada. No idea how that one happened. But the
Funny
main
story.
thing,
Enos just says under his breath, at sore point.
Glance at Leslok.
She married him at some point.
no, I suspect there was a lot of back and forth between everybody's, bloody parents and this and the other thing. Anyway, it's not for me to judge. The main thing is, like Sir Logesh just said, the people obviously, I know you're all landed. You understand titles and all that shit. Even Enos technically has a title, even if it's as a tradesman. You understand all that stuff. What actually matters is who the people want to follow. If you got a bad lord, there's all kinds of things that can happen to get him out of the way. He might fall in a ditch or fall off his horse or, eat some bad bread. Sometimes fate decides they don't like a man. Seen a few guys get struck by lightning. But it's the people who support him. Obviously, the Marquess, Leslok, has done a lot of work to get the people to support him, but some of them would have preferred whatever they think the version of their future is like under Logesh. I'm sure some people did that. Konrad, it's going to be the same with the Espadas. Some of them are going to flock to Rodrigo, possibly because he's been described to me just now as dark and dramatic, and some people like that sort of thing. Once
There's
again,
already
never
been-
understood it myself.
I apologize. I don't know if it's probably worth elaborating more, but there have been tides possibly believing that once airship fully goes to one of the siblings, that a civil war might break down if things don't de-escalate in the coming years.
I
Well,
know.
yeah, it's because, like I said,
Yeah.
one of them might support the other. Ainara's, like you said, she's sharp, to the point, pretty, probably pretty good at leading men. I know for a fact that she's dead good in a fight. In fact, and I don't know how this will hurt your chances, the only person I ever heard in a straight-up match ever beating her is that guy. She points at Logesh. And that was a few years ago, mind you. You been practicing?
Actually, yeah, it's part of the reason I've been practicing.
Well, it's good. Okay. But the other thing you need to know is, not that I want to make it so complicated about politics and stuff, but I did also just mention the High Queen is an Espada. She's their auntie. So, and nobody at me about how Boy just pronounced auntie.
Moving aside,
Definitely lost some consonants in there. I don't think she's. I mentioned before that like Moira's kind of a little like darker skin than you'd expect, but she does kind of speak with a Norlish dialect.
I don't know why, but I always
Very
hear, always
working
her
class.
kind of as Welsh for some reason.
Might be the right part. I'm definitely not doing a Welsh accent.
No.
We're very working class right now, but yeah. The third one starts with a P. Anyway, she's
Paloma.
lady in waiting,
Paloma.
practically yes, thank you. She's practically a cavalier to the third princess. I'm gonna assume that the princes and maybe the princess have probably been brought up in Espada swordsmanship. They're probably close, So it's gonna be the kind of thing where, much like Leslok's plans to handle himself, you are technically interacting with the other side of a royal family. So you also might want to, clear that one with somebody before you fly into that mess.
So,
Sorry, was that directed at me or Leslok?
I think I was that directed.
No, that
at-
was it, Logesh. Yes,
Yeah.
she's talking about that.
Okay, yeah. You bring up a very solid point, which is why I haven't outright said any of this and haven't moved forward, because just trying to dance around this whole issue is a very fun aspect. I say fun in air quotes.
Then, how about the first step be you just try to meet up with Rodrigo with Espada?
Again, I'm not trying to get in his pants. Why is everyone trying to push me towards Rodrigo?
I mean,
Because-
do whatever you want.
I'm joking.
That's because for one, I want you to find out what's going on in the Espada lands. It's good to
I
hang.
you might say I want you to find out what's going on in his pants.
No, you should meet up with your friend, convince him to go to Baron Oro's matchmaking, and just find out. That's why I want you to go to Rodrigo Espada.
Information about how their lands have been faring, what kind of problems have they been dealing with. In similar lines to what we've been dealing with. Banditry, pirates, increase in monstrum attacks, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. I think I mentioned it earlier, but there's something strange going on, and I want to know the full scope of it. I'm pretty sure our good cuz the Marquess can ask the other High Council members, but those are the older generation. They might be a little bit more guarded.
It's
Especially
going
with
to
some,
take. No, sorry.
especially with someone so new to the council and, for lack of a better term, unblooded.
It will take some time
I
because
technically, as you know, I technically do not have a direct role in the council, but I'm allowed to be there as an agent of the crown. It would be uncouth for me to rip someone out of their position.
Indeed. So,
thank you, Axe, for speaking over me.
Axe literally cannot help himself.
I was mid-sentence too. But
Anyway, what were you saying, Loth?
it will take some coaxing because I am not going to immediately barrage him with this, but it will, because Rodrigo likes his drinks. It will take some time coaxing because, you know, while the information, god damn it. Sorry. Actually, he might just be the type of guy who would just prefer that straight up response.
If I joke, but I do think Rodrigo Espada is someone who does not like dancing around issues. He would rather get to the point so he can get back to whatever the fuck he was doing.
I just want to
Also,
bring
as
one
I
of the.
As I recall, at one point, he's literally like, "Oh, look, wine."
Yeah, bring one
Yeah,
of the.
let's
Bring some of
drink
the
it.
meat out of our cellar.
Well, no. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Loth, didn't you buy something while you were in Troikaron?
Yeah, I bought
Yeah.
wine to bring to share with Rodrigo in Troikaron.
Yeah.
Nice.
I know that man likes his drinking. But yes, no.
His top 3 hobbies: drinking, swording.
And drinking.
No,
Air
being
quotes,
dramatic.
Ah.
I know that life.
Yeah,
Well, then.
honestly, Rodrigo and Inos probably have fairly similar personalities. It's just that, as you pointed out, Rodrigo is much less like coy and much more like broody.
Yeah.
And
It's like I'll
also
fight you here and now
much-
in the street.
Much faster to sword people.
Now then. So I've laid my cards out on the table. I've explained my things. Cousin Inos, I believe it is your turn to share.
Well, there was at least one thing I can think of for you, Logesh, like a serious suggestion, or at least something you should think about. I mean, she is the daughter of a high house. There may be other suitors, so there might be some consideration for speed necessary.
Enos actually laughs. Cause I would put crowns on the fact that Ainara Espada tells anyone courting her that they have to beat her in a duel first.
Yeah.
One man that has done that so far.
No bet. I lose that bet.
No bet.
But yeah.
And if there was news of anyone beating Ainara Espada, people would know.
It would almost. I think it would spread faster than my own situation.
Probably not.
Of course.
Well, it depends. Are the people spreading the news within sword reach or not?
Good point.
All right. Well, anyway, go on.
Did the Marquess just make a pun at me? Moira contemplates her life.
Did I just get punned on?
It's like,
Yeah,
but
that
yes,
too.
cuz,
You
what
did
about my
just
love
before you
life?
see
Do you
the
want to
death.
hear how absolute abysmal it is and there's no hope of it whatsoever? You know, Enos says as Lucy's in the same room.
Wait, does Inos actually say that?
Yes.
Yes.
Nicola will fall off of his beanbag and snort.
Slides off his chair.
Yes, let us talk about me, the lonely demon with no noble titles or heritage, with just a measly master rank to his name, has 4 women of his heart. One, who I love very dearly, is sitting in this very room. Would you like to continue this conversation, cuz?
Leslok can roll empathy to look at as he looks at Lucy.
You don't need to roll empathy.
Okay.
She seems a little. Embarrassed is the wrong word, but she maybe pinks up a little, and I don't know if the mic picked it up very well, but I did do the classic awkward cough into the
Yeah,
mic.
I
Yes.
did.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you try to throw me on the bus. Guess what? I'm dragging you all under here with me.
Okay, yes. Let's look at Lucy, and it's like, you know what? Okay, let's pick up the stack of papers again, like do the thing where you we adjust them on the table.
Yeah, shuffle
Hold
some
on,
papers
where
to
is
appear
it?
busy.
Okay, so the next order I had has already happened because Moore has already graced us with a few of her stories and another more for later. But
Well, we never get anything done if you just wanted my stories.
yes, another time.
Well, that's why it's later.
Let's see. I must say this one. Let's see. Inos exposing all romantic endeavors. Done.
Wait, what was that again?
Nothing.
He
Nothing
wanted to
important.
grill us on our
No, what
love
was it?
lives.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it clear enough.
No, he wanted to grill us on our love lives.
He's doomed.
Okay.
Wait, no. I believe
I
we
seriously didn't hear him what he said. That's why I was asking.
Oh, it's like that's like half says. It's like have Enos destroy us upon our romantic endeavors.
Wait, my dear cousin, I do believe we forgot someone in the room who very clearly wanted to participate in this meeting.
Do not. Enos very firmly goes,
Okay.
do not.
Let's not push
Okay,
it.
okay.
He hasn't even
I'll
been
be
presented
nice.
yet.
That's something we can worry about next year or the year after that.
Let's not argue with the man who clearly was able to silence the entire room in a matter of seconds.
Enos has that.
Note
Enos
to
has
self,
that.
I do need to get intimidate.
Yeah,
I mean,
what the fuck? How do you not?
It's more like it's less like raw strength and more just like you have an aura amount around you.
Intimidate
No.
via drama.
Yeah, he will talk in such a way that you go, oh.
Well, keep in mind he does have multiple ranks in that one esoteric discipline about perform. Like he can sub that for.
Yes, I
graces,
can
so,
actually.
You can turn on the
taste
soap
of my
opera.
tears. I can influence the emotions of my audience. So,
Yeah, so I think that fits Inos perfectly to just turn the room on a dime.
But yes. Next thing, let's see. That's done. All right. This one I wasn't expecting to get to, but it has to be discussed. Of everyone here, I have to ask you this important question. Which of you believe Leofric Logi's death is something we should leave in the past?
Define what you mean.
Define what you mean by that?
Do we let go of what happened and ignore it? Or do we pursue it to the very end?
Inos says again, actually, I remind me. No, I don't do that. It's Enos is gonna turn to Leslok and be like, "Why would we give it up?"
Aurelia is keenly leaning forward at this moment as well.
I will take that for
You
all
have
of
kicked
you.
the hornet's nest.
Yes, no, Enos, cuz I spent 3 years traveling the world, looking for cults, digging up information, trying to find any scent of clue to might give us a lead on this. I made the acquaintance of the Crown Prince, who taught me the ways of being in the shadows, trying to dig up things. And you come to me now saying, should we give it up?
No. I'm asking if anyone here believes that or so. And if they don't, I will ask the next question.
My lord, I think you've gotten your answer pretty keenly.
Okay.
Lord Cousin, I hate to say this as your Chevalier, but that is an incredibly stupid question.
Fair.
It is, and if you said you should leave it in the past, Aurelia says it with a completely straight face, we would have found our next Marcus pretty fast.
No, you make a point, because I haven't let it go
That would
either.
have been me.
It's cuz I
Well,
think you,
I
I
can
think
always move you along. Down. Sorry, I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
Aurelia would say to Konrad, "Well, brother, I can always move you down the line too."
I doubt you could. At least not Well,
This
Probably
she
not.
says completely deadpan,
Yeah.
like seriously straight faced. You would be surprised.
Monty
would
would
find
be
it
happy
again.
with this.
Your sister knows 3 spells. Actually, it's been about a month. I should probably tack her to have spent like the 2 weeks on the boat learning
One or two more.
7 league boots. She can't make them yet because she hasn't had the 8 hours. But
Mhm.
the other 2 spells she knows from Way of Annals is Soul Seeking Arrow and Heart Seeking Blade. So again, you might be surprised.
But Inos is gonna turn to Leslok. It's like we may not have found things may be quiet and we may be busy with other things, cousin. But the death of the good uncle is something that I think burns in the breast of all our hearts, and to suggest otherwise was foolhardy and disrespectful.
Oh, you're right. I should have asked to make sure everyone was willing to pursue this.
I mean, I think you were trying to in your own way, but it came off in a bad way.
No, you're right.
Hold on, let's turn the tables. Does that mean you want to give up on this?
No. I have spent 3 years looking into the king, and looking to. I have spent 3 years looking into the king who has come, order, and finding not as much as I hoped. I have started looking into the trails of what he was looking into and where that could have gone. Everyone here. So have to stay between all of us for now. But I know that some of you have been trying in your own time looking for more answers. And now with me as Marquess, I cannot directly interfere or looking in the search of this, but if any of you get into matters or need places to get to actually find more answers, let me know, and I will do what I can to help you forward your agenda there.
That was a bit contradictory, brother. You said you
Oh.
couldn't help, and then that you would.
I can't
And
directly
also, I
be
would like
involved.
to point out, actually, with you being now the fully titled Marquess, there's literally no one better to look into this than you.
Mhm.
You are the Lord of the House of Logi. It is a stain on our honor, on our hearts, that this has gone unchallenged for 3 years. Obviously, I know we're all young, so excusing apologies, Lords Ferran. I like to think I'm young at heart, young lady. But
That's you are.
Aurelia continues. But you are the Marquess of Teine. The king himself today just named you his peer. That means you are ranked among the 9 most powerful people in Troikoron. Even if we all know that, in person it's not the same thing. I don't want to assume that you could take Marquess Espada in a fight, or well, actually, I don't know, with your brain, you might actually be able to out-knowledge the Royal Archivist. But anyway, that's not the point.
Don't want to push it yet.
On paper, you are a peer. You are an agent of the crown. You carry the king's authority with you. There is no better time or place for you to wield that authority. If at least, as you said, you think we should pursue this to the last. After all, we're bringing 40 bloody men-at-arms in the next couple of days.
You're right. So, this was going to be the last thing we discussed today. And I wanted to know what all of you have been doing in your off time about this matter, because I want it to be on the same. I always want to be on the same page of the book here.
Inos kind of, sighs and slumps back. Well, cause from my end, like I said, I spent 3 years traveling. I traveled Teine, I traveled the Land of Egg, I traveled to Tron and Celticy. I basically did a bunch of investigations, talked to a lot of people, talked to a lot of kindred, see what they knew, and I turned up a lot of nothing. Like I said, I became acquainted with the Crown Prince for his other title and hoped that he would give me some leads maybe on milieu. But, alas, alack. Whoever this cult was, after they made the movement, they seem to have vanished into smoke. I have not a hide, not a hair, not a scale.
Well, obviously, I myself have not been doing anything. But I've done a little bit of studying of religion. I would assume that, unfortunately, Enos' problem is that people who are part of a fringe group, a fringe thought of a schismatic group, sometimes even a heretical group, probably don't go telling anybody about it. The question would be, how did they exercise power, and for whom did they exercise power in Lampclair? Because obviously, normally, this group just is existing in probably remote villages or settlements, or even in the wilderness. Probably the Marquesses.
The only
Or
thing that we
maybe the
know
foothills?
is that they wanted either Leofric's life and or the contents of his journal. The last few pages were torn out, and, well, I haven't been able to look at the damn thing, so I have no idea what he was writing about before that.
That's so funny. I was literally about to type you to beat 2x9.
Not to
I got 8, so nah, I can't.
to ask.
Aurelia's being perfectly honest with you, Leslok. She definitely has been doing nothing. Anybody else want to roll empathy?
Sure,
Logesh,
why not?
Logesh and Konrad beat it.
Yeah!
I feel like I should get a pass on this, because I actually talked to her about this.
I mean, you would know for a fact that she's lying, that she's not doing nothing. But yeah,
I'm like, listen,
she
I'm
said straight up, like, yeah, I don't need you to roll to beat her lie roll.
but I'm not gonna out her either.
Yeah. Also, hey,
Yeah.
everybody knows that Aurelia rolls 6 dice for lie.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Honestly, she probably should have got a craving die in there too. But Konrad, Logesh, you are reasonably certain that Aurelia is not telling the entire truth when she says, "Obviously, I haven't been doing anything." There's no hints in that phrasing as to what she's been doing, but you guys understand. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that she goes everywhere wearing a pair of fighting knives. Anyway,
I think the only comment Logesh would make would be, so long as you're remaining safe and cautious.
Inos will just pop up with simple 2 words. She is.
And that's it.
I
That's
have
all.
a question, and it's been bothering me for the past.
Konrad doesn't say anything.
I have a question that has been bothering me for the past 3 years. Cousin, I'm not quite as adept at memory as you are, but I do remember something, and I'm wondering if it was ever followed up on. Sorry. I was wondering if it was ever followed up on. The day he died, Father spoke to someone in robes that we could not see.
Right,
Anyone
during
have
the
any
feast.
What?
During the feast, he left to go talk
During
to
the
someone.
feast. Does anyone have any idea who that was?
No, generally people in robes, hooded, and in the darkness make for very poor identifying features.
True, but
if Leofric would have left a
So-
note for it anywhere, it would have been in his journal. But unfortunately, you do not have the most recent pages.
The last 3 days were taken.
Well,
would
3 or 7
someone need
pages.
to? Hold on. Maybe I'm crazy here, but this is out of game, I guess. Wouldn't someone need to identify themselves to come into the palace?
Yes, it's like
Possibly, but there's no need that you don't know. I mean, you guys haven't quizzed the palace guards because that has definitely been outside your grasp for the past 3 years. But
No,
there's no guarantee that they would have had to give a name.
Sure.
I believe what you saw at the royal feast, if those of you who rolled successes to notice, was that they were hooded, and cloaked rather, but they were dressed like a courier. So it
Yeah.
could literally have been a message carrier. Could have been nothing. Moira would say, well, if you don't have a better description, I can't say for sure, but don't know if you've heard of him, but there was an old bloke that Leofric would go to when even Conti's skills weren't enough.
Adrin?
Yeah, all right, so you've heard the name. Yeah. He was mostly out of Akunar, but he claimed to be a normal cut purse, but I've never met a cut purse who was so well educated. He can read and write better than I can. And all of that's saying a lot. I don't think that Ladrin was ever in Lampclair by default, but I guess you could go over to Akunar and start turning over tables. I think I still remember how to do a couple of the, secret signs to let him know. Assuming that he just doesn't do what he would always bloody do and is just, pop up out of the shadows. I'm honestly quite surprised that saying his name 3 times he hasn't decided to crawl out of your bloody fireplace.
I look at the fireplace.
Moira.
Yeah, everyone looks at the fireplace.
For sure. No mysterious info man comes out of the fireplace. But I like that we all have a moment where we double check.
I apologize, Lady Jin.
Listen, we already had a magic bird here earlier, so
I apologize, Lady Jin, but that would have been really convenient.
I know, it would have been.
So
we're
I,
all
for
on
the
the
past
same
3
page.
years, have been trying to track down Father's sword whenever I've been in Lampclair. I haven't found out anything too much, but that sort of thing just doesn't go missing.
Wouldn't.
And since we got back in town this time, a merchant I sometimes ask about dealing with found goods mentioned that he remembers 3 years ago that there was something going on about stolen antiquities, and that the constables were looking into it.
Konrad.
I'm not sure if that's related to what Father was dealing with at the time.
There was
But-
no mention of that explicitly in his journals that you have.
Yes.
There were probably a few notes in like some of his older journals or paperworks about like dealing with smuggled goods. Also, those of you who already passed your law roll, this goes back to that thing about talking about provenance. With items that are very old or are from specifically something that that Comrade may have recalled or asked about, dealing with fallen houses. Legally speaking, those houses don't exist anymore, so it's really hard to prove that you acquired the goods through a legitimate means. But some of them have arts and crafts and various other objects that are very expensive.
Because of this, I was going to later today go ask around at the fort if they have any records about such an investigation that happened 3 years ago.
Considering certain matters, maybe I should come along with you.
If you want to.
Well, that
I
is the
will-
thing we just talked about. He is, the Marquess, the agent of the crown. And well, you're both the son of the previous Marsh, but you know what I mean.
Well,
He would have the
I'm-
authority, I think, to put a little more pressure.
I could give you
Well,
I could get
not
you
gonna
in
lie,
there
I
in
wasn't-
time.
I was going to use his name to put some pressure on people.
How about I just
Even
get
if
it
you
directly
didn't
to
give me
make it simpler?
permission, brother.
Of course. I would
Well,
have
to be a
given
little
you.
bit easier with the signet ring, but I'm sure the other way would have worked too.
I'll just be there directly to make it simpler.
Also, that pin that the king gave you.
Oh yes, it's a very nice pin.
I
By the
like
way,
it.
actually, I haven't remarked on it because Leslok is, I believe, wearing the lapel pin of the Ancient of the Crown, so he has a little like enamel and dragon bone like pin in his collar that is in the shape of the House Hotroy sigil.
He has mentioned that he is an agent of the crown now. So yeah.
But no, it has not been visually like described yet this session. So yes, as a reminder.
I will
Yeah.
freely admit I have not done much in terms of investigating, mostly because of my own lack of ability in such activities.
Could you ever investigate Cobra Venom? Or the
What?
snake?
Be Viper. We don't have Cobras.
The
Did you ever-
Viper Venom?
did you- Yes.
I
You
mean,
identified it as Viper Venom.
it's Viper Venom. You get it from vipers. I don't understand what you're asking. Do you want to know how to counteract it? Because I have plenty of treaties on that.
Did we ever identify what type of viper it was from?
Probably wasn't enough left for Nicola to do that.
Okay, now I remember.
If
Yeah.
he saw some, I mean, it's a game, it's dramatic. If we saw some samples, Nicola could probably, do some comparison. He could tell you if it was the same species.
Time to find the black market.
Vipers
or just
are
like
usually
zoo?
I mean,
I guess.
your closest sources of poisonous snakes to Blampclair, there are vipers and other stuff in the mare cages, and there are venomous sea serpents in the Islas, where House Marin is from. That's why their sigil is the sea serpent. Not directly associated with House Venom, their sigil was a gosh darned crocodile, but swamps, snakes,
Swamp
and swamps.
snakes.
It's going to get you.
Yes, that's a.
Scorpicondas.
Also, the mare cages also have the monstrum version of pythons. They're like 30 feet long.
Ugh.
I'd be snake. I don't know. The monster that terrify me the most are the evil bat creatures. I do not want to deal with that.
Actually, this does remind me as an aside, because I think I have to step away for another bio break real quick. But I should mention to Dallas, and I forgot to, that I did add a alchemy spell called Gold Needle to counteract magical petrification, because that is a thing that some monstrum will be able to do, because that is supported by the rules of this system.
And I adamantly said that Nicola will probably know every cure spell ever in this game.
He might know all the cures.
I know
Anyway,
all
like I
of
said, I need to step out for a sec.
I will step out real quick too, but I will pause real quick.
I have to
Yeah.
pee.
Everyone step up and stretch.
All right. Well, I'm getting some questions from the peanut gallery. So to answer some questions, yes, centaur is another word for bicorn. And how big giant spiders are? The size of a large dog.
Oh.
That's not
Fucking-
that bad.
Oh, fucking shoot him still.
No, spiders.
Okay, let's say completely out of character, but are they hunting spider? Are they like hunting spiders, web spiders, or like?
They're monstrums, so they're kind of like all of them.
Oh,
I would say
okay.
like more. I'm thinking
Are
more
they as-
tarantula
They
style,
are
right?
poisonous. They do spin webs, and they have hard carapaces. They are
I'm
probably like body shaped like a giant tarantula.
I'm thinking the spiders from The Hobbit.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I was wondering if it's like
Yeah,
those are
no.
both. Like, I assume that there's a difference between like male and female spiders because most female insects are like way fucking huger, way fucking.
I mean, it would
larger.
probably be significant, but it's not super big.
Well,
Sadly,
it
all
depends on the
monstrum are
kind of
low on
insect, because spider. It depends on the breed of spider.
Oh wait, no, this
'cause
was the
spiders
question I
have a
was gonna
weird-
ask.
Weird sexual.
Well, actually, no.
dimorphism.
I'll ask this off mic because it's a really weird question, but it has to do with soulcraft and whatnot. So
We'll discuss magic shit later.
Yeah, it's a of that in line. It's just, I guess after this, I will be going to the for Konrad, and then I have, I guess I have a date
You want to
organized.
do that right away. this
Didn't you
afternoon?
say there was another thing you were going to mention?
Yes. So
Okay.
I misspoke, or I guess I made a foible earlier. There is actually one last matter I think we should discuss.
You misspeak. Never.
Right, you.
Nicola,
can I bean him with a roll?
Yes.
you have my express permission.
Hit him with the honey roll. Sweet roll.
Get the stale ones. Because I can break windows.
Anyway,
Anyway,
Continue.
in my meeting with the king earlier today, there have been plans made in motion for a grand tour with the prince for his eventual claim to the throne. And we are, you as my entourage and me as the new Marquess, are invited to join him for when that starts in likely a few weeks from now.
A tour, you say? A tour of
Grand
what? The
tour?
lands?
Yes. Mostly just for this area. He does not expect us to come for all of it, but
Oh, okay.
I do.
Oh, okay.
No, so it was this area, and then we're taking him with us to Teine. Was the?
No.
I thought that was
No.
the plan.
No.
For Leslok's photographic memory,
Okay.
Sorry. Alias like made a joking suggestion that the first stop would be Tyne, but the king was like, "No, don't be silly, my son. You only go to Tyne in the summer."
You gotta go to South Sea in the winter.
Yeah. Because it's too fucking cold in Norlon. It's too fucking hot in Keltasea. Anyway, so eventually the Grand Tour would go through your lands again, but it would not be immediate. Culturally, I think all of you would be familiar with the concept of a Grand Tour. Like I said, the term Grand Tour comes from European history around this time of just like, hey, if you're rich and noble, you just go to Europe and like hit up all the cultural centers. You go to Rome, go to Vienna, do all the
around
stuff.
Europe.
Yeah, just go around Europe to all the places that are cool and have cool stuff.
Thanks
So-
for reminding me. There's a picture I should post. Video I should post related to this.
On this matter,
You see that when you say that, you see Nicola's eyes start sparkling.
I will say on this matter, the king asked for us to stay about maybe 2 to 3 weeks longer than expected. I was going to respect that request, so I was going to humbly ask if any of you would like to stay along for it too. If you feel you have...
Enos is gonna raise his hand and completely cut off the Marquess. I know it's like, "Cuz, you're the Marquess. You don't humbly ask."
Also, did the king really ask all of us to come along?
I'm
No,
glad you
but-
guessed it in his normal way. Leslok is being polite on both ends.
Sorry, out of character. I like how Axe keeps trying to throw his weight around, but when it actually comes to throwing his weight around, he can't.
Sorry, my word gets stuck in my throat. I hate this.
I noticed.
It's okay.
Okay, so
It's
Axe,
also
out of character. I know you sent this. That's all like, what you say is, I have decided that we will be staying a few extra weeks while we do the Grand Tour, and leave it at that.
Yes. Okay, the point is, Leslok was going to ask is like, if you have things you want to attend to, I'd like to hear what they are, and I will deem them if they're worth time leaving or not. But otherwise, we are doing this.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, no, not. I'm not missing bothering Alias on his Grand Tour for a second. So yeah, no,
I'm totally
I'm
gonna
in.
go to Gavish about to just stab Nicola at some point.
Also, I did know that because everyone in Trichrona will know by tomorrow. I was also, I guess, how to say this, I was bribed with Narissa coming along.
I like how his voice just kind of went at the end.
Yeah.
Aurelia kind of like actually now she's now we're getting back into Leslok being embarrassed. She's starting to perk back up.
He turned slightly bocce-esque at the end.
Where's the
That's
like fucking
that's
belts?
a
Where's
very
the fucking
odd-
self-destructive?
Very interesting way you phrase that. I do not think our good and noble High King quite claimed it that way when he said this to you. I
No,
can't
but you can read between the lines.
There's reading between the lines and then putting what you want read between the lines.
Cousin, I do have an important question for you. What exactly do your shoes taste like?
So,
Can we throw you out the window now?
brother, is it correct in assuming that it was you that the High King requested to attend this tour, and that you're letting us know that we are going on this tour?
Omega? Am I just
Oh.
remembering that he said entourage?
I mean, yes, but you're the Marquess. You're expected to go with an entourage.
Yes,
He
it's
did
like-
not name these 4 bozos.
Yes. I'm gonna call you by Bozo because I feel like that's. No,
Don't do that.
no,
That just means you're the head bozo.
Yes.
Ah.
It beats all of us.
You are
The biggest
king of
bozo of
bozo.
them all.
Bozo.
Thanks, Dallas. Same
Grand
thing.
bozo.
Super mega ult.
Okay, well, I need a
Okay,
vote.
please
Anyway.
stop. Let
Bozo.
okay, no more.
Sorry.
Let Axe
Okay.
finish, please.
Stop.
I know
He
I'm
needs to
cutting him
stop.
off
He
too,
needs
but
It's funny. I was like, so guys, I've only planned up like halfway through the High Council meeting. We're not getting to the High Council meeting today.
Yeah,
We're-
I
the
said that,
the
I'm like, no.
recording has been recording for 3 hours.
I'm not. I don't think I'm that
And
sorry.
I'm actually kind of
I am
like
not
hungry
sorry.
and don't have any like soda.
I am
now.
also
I
not sorry.
don't know how much gas we got in the tank.
So,
But I think-
to
is that
answer
happening?
your question, brother, other than searching for Silver Tongue, my other activities would be just social and spending time with Rena.
I
Aw.
like how his voice went down too.
Yeah.
Such pure boys.
I think-
Shut up! Shut up!
I think I get something arraigned. For your sake.
Right, you guys, only Aurelia can make fun of me.
And
I'm
even
scared,
then,
I'm scared she's gonna
Aurelia's
stab
not
me.
making fun. She's probably just like.
in your sleep specifically. Because it's like, I think in an actual fight, you kick her ass.
I mean, she would
Right.
cast Heart-Seeking Blade, so I guess the question would be whether he gets hurt
Who
first.
goes
or not.
first?
She
Yeah,
knows the
ladies.
name and face of the person to target there. No, but actually Aurelia would be like, big cat smile, fingers wrapping on the desk and be like, well, we should then see if the lady of House Martlet would be interested in joining the prince for a grand tour.
He does have to go to the throne at some
Well, yes, but that would be a separate one. Come
That
on
would be
now,
nice.
keep up, Leslok.
I-
Come on, you've already got your girl on the hook. Come on.
I was saying, never mind.
As Konrad keeps saying, I'm sure that the heir to a major banner house and a quite pretty and talented lady. Rena does have stats, by the way. I believe I want to double check, but she's I think I made her beauty 1.
I do remember that.
Damn.
Yeah, I believe I said that was going to be my plan, but yes, that did actually
Yeah.
go that way. Oh, I only
Yeah.
closed something. Let me get that tab back. That's why I can't find it.
Which is perfectly fine. Connor was attracted to her before she had Beauty 1.
True.
How sweet of you.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
If you guys are asking, I decided not to be I don't know, mean, but like cause problems on purpose, and did not stat up reschools with Beauty 3. Just Beauty 2.
I feel like you have to be like a harpy or an iron demon to be for some reason in my mind.
Actually, no. Iron Enos is honestly kind of unique. Beauty is not necessarily
Yes.
Oh,
intended to be Iron
beauty.
Demon.
Yeah, I do.
Harpies,
no
yeah.
offense to Inos. I do not picture iron demons as paragons of beauty.
No.
Fair.
They could be a little. They could be a little sexy, but
They get a
no.
little sexy.
Yeah,
No,
no, sexy, yes.
Enos, I'm playing kind of a
What is it? Like,
Out-
I guess you're the
like
Golden Master
like an outlier, like an old demon, kind of
Yeah.
thing, like back like something that you might have seen back when they were actually guardians, like guardians
Yeah.
in hell, and
back when you actually talk to the goddess directly.
what are you talking about?
Yeah,
we still
basically, when we're. I mean, yes, you can like pray and stuff, but like, yeah, when you were.
But she was like above ground.
When the gods were chilling.
But you know what? The word I'm looking for is when the Iron Demons were serving basically as her, like courtiers and servants directly.
Yes.
In her apparatus, not living in spooky mountains.
Yeah, no, it's
I know
like
it's
I can't think of the term. Was it like atavism or something?
Atavism, yes.
Yes, no, that's
Yeah,
basically that's what basically Enos is. He's atavism. He's basically taken on a form from Iron Demons long ago through like
No.
You're embodying your roots.
yeah.
I know it's
I'm
the wrong
fairly
skin color, but that is totally how I see Enos.
Oh, fucking.
I'm fairly certain that
No, Enos is
two
dark red.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. I
I
thought
fucking-
he was.
No, Enos is dark red.
Oh, he is like Raphael.
Yeah,
then,
I knew
huh?
he was red.
No, Enos is very Raphael coded.
I have jokingly said that the Iron Demon to other people is basically, if anyone knows Damon, like the actual like Tiefling Smith.
Yeah,
That was
I'm with.
I always say
thought he had
demons are basically
Omniscient,
just people
That
full
guy,
like
I'm
it's just the
pretty
culture full of that guy.
I think his eyes are more like.
I have a Black
Yeah.
Solera.
The
And-
two, the two kinfolk I think that would be the most associated with beauty are harpies and fae.
I believe
fair.
those are
Yeah.
both the species that get a free rank of beauty as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, I think
I guess
Enos
it's-
might have had Onyx at once, but I think when I wrote down the description, it was red.
Okay, but
It
Because
could
I'm
have been
because I'm
dismissed
pretty
reading
sure
that
I
or
used
something.
I'm pretty sure I used the term carmine or something.
Great term. Anyway, yes, we're
And
moving.
apologies,
moving on it.
brother. Yes, you are right. I took it as I was directly addressed, and I felt it was only becoming the Marquess brings his entourage, and I consider all of you part of that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I felt it'd
Just
be
helping you
unbecoming
clear
not.
it up, brother.
No, I understand. A lot has happened in the last 8 bells.
God, has it only been 8 bells since you've been Marquess?
Feels like it's been weeks.
It does feel like that. Though,
But anyway, let us move on. For me, I don't have any hard plans, I should say. I have to... He kind of hems and haws over this. It was like, do some things. And maybe talk to some people. If you want to know more than that, well, you're gonna have to make me tell.
I know you enough to not ask
Yep.
you, test you,
Not
explain
gonna work.
something. You have a plan.
Tried it before.
I'd like to tell a story now. You know, I actually ran into some Iron kinfolk back in my day, and before I left Tyne. You know, we had a good conversation, but there was something they were said. I wasn't real good at deep speak. They implied something about swords, and it was probably I took it as probably rude. Tried to hit him. You would be surprised about how resilient they are to being hit with steel objects. Just saying.
Metal truly loves them.
She's
Leslie, I
saying,
think actually gives a smile towards Enos.
she's saying you should just beat it out of me, cuz.
But
I
not with an
mean-
iron poker. It won't work.
No. No,
Well,
you
you
get
know,
better
so
Sorry,
if
I'm
you
results.
need
styling this
any,
like I'm fucking ordering groceries.
any
'cause I'm
accompaniment by way of protection, just let me know.
Yeah.
This is the
No,
first
no,
time
no.
I've followed you around while hearing Land Player.
No, I'm not doing anything dangerous. It's all personal matters, really.
All right.
Say hi to the Lady Goose for me.
Well, you're not wrong. You're also not right.
Fair enough. I took a swing.
Like I said, I will be making my usual social rounds during the festival and beyond, but I can, you know, he'll smile wryly, for loves can't court any of them. So, not much we can really do.
On the matter,
Sure, once the
On the
festival
matter of
starts, we're
that.
probably gonna all be busy.
on the matter
Actually, that
that is,
reminds me. Did because Moira did say the comment she had earlier. Did Enos respond to that at all?
Oh, no, I was going to, but,
Lost in the sauce. Got it.
yeah, lost in the sauce. Let me see, what was it? What did she say again?
She said that you don't need lands and titles for romance. She's known plenty of I don't remember what exactly she phrased it, but like guys who've had
Landed-
plenty of
landed
lands and
people.
titles that
Never
wouldn't know
felt
romance if it bit him or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was Oh yes, Inos would have mentioned Bass. But I'm a demon of greed, and I want all these ladies to have a happy ending.
No, yeah, Moira under her breath would probably be like, "Shit, I don't know anything about." Well, when I find one, I'll let you know. Most of the ends I know about involve swords.
Yes.
She does say that kind of like with a like slight grimace on her face that like she'd probably at some point in her life wanted it to be less violent, but she's here now. She's Moira Two Swords, so like
Yeah.
shit, man, what are you gonna do?
a violent life begets another violent life.
Yes, because the thing about Inos is he doesn't he wants to marry these girls, but there's 4 of them and they are all of ladies of high standing, and he doesn't necessarily want them to give up what they have just to be with him. So he has to be something even greater, and while he's taking steps, Inos like I've been like, if you guys haven't noticed, I've been giving you the ability to press Inos, but you guys just don't.
I guess I don't see it as that. I'm sorry.
Yes, I literally call you on the buzz. If you guys had said, yes, Inos, tell us. And I literally said, if you want me to tell you more, make me.
Oh,
I mean, to be
okay.
fair, that form of phraseology does usually imply that the person does not wish to tell.
No, he doesn't, but...
Yeah, so it's a fair cop, but I think the guys are just being polite. I am biting.
I guess
but,
I
you
take
know.
it as
Yes.
forcing
Look,
someone to
Nicola
talk
is-
just forgets a grudge.
Nicola is not going to force
No.
anyone to tell him anything, and he is not going to tell people things he doesn't want to tell
I
them.
mean, I could see Leslok trying to avoid grudges.
Yes, but again, like, do you... Like, you should know that Inos doesn't carry... For Inos, a grudge is something serious. This is why Inos got very mad at Leslok for even insinuating that we drop trying to find Leo Frick's killer. I actually put
I just wanted to know if anyone else actually.
No, we're not
anything.
dwelling on that.
But
I'm
yeah,
just
we
using it
don't
as an
rehash.
example.
I
That's
think
fine.
everybody
It's in the
got
past.
what you were going for.
Yeah.
I would
Like-
agree, but we are not going back to that.
That's
Yes.
fair. Moving on.
Like, where did I put that? Because I actually put this in the...
Sorry, my stomach is starting to grumble.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
no. Like, I put under, like, his father's... his father looks fondly upon that bond like a precious treasure. It is why I know the anger that is below that smile. One does not take the treasure from the Prince of Greed and live to enjoy it.
Gotcha.
Like...
Actually, I probably should have asked. Hey, Leslok, you've got a little obsidian dagger you got from a guy. Where did you just keep that in your pocket? You used it to open letters?
Oh, wait.
You
okay.
have the literal vengeance knife on you right now,
Yeah.
in fact. It's
Right.
Listen,
No,
you would know enough about Iron Demons to know Enos' dad giving you a knife as a hey,
Oh,
congrats
no,
for
you're
taking
right.
this
No,
position.
you're right. Right. I forgot. Leslok can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Admittedly, it was a minor moment like many sessions ago, but
Mhm.
yes,
You're right.
no, you
When
are
you say
literally
it, it's
carrying
coming
the
back to me.
vengeance
Yes, it's like I think Leslok keeps it on him.
Yeah, so like because like again, me Enos as a character, no, does not want you to push. Lucky as a player does want you to push.
Okay.
And like do not worry about Enos having a grudge because Enos will not have a grudge over you being interested and caring about what he is doing. Like he would understand that you're doing it because you want to be a part of whatever Enos is doing. Because like as we've like talked about in the carriage, Enos has a somewhat cynical and jaded perspective on men, like as a whole.
You're right. I shouldn't take it when you put a wall up that I am excluded from what you actually
Sometimes you need to poke through those walls.
Yeah, no, like, because if you haven't noticed, Enos is totally not afraid to poke through your guys' walls.
I say, as Nicola has no intention of doing that because he hates confrontation in any form.
Yeah, but still, it's one of those things. It's like, Enos is many things, he is not a hypocrite.
That's fair. No.
This
That's
I think
fair.
you would know, yes.
Yeah.
But all right,
So
technically
wrap
we're
up.
in the middle of a discussion about the Grand Tour, yes.
Yes.
but yes, I want with that order. If anyone has any actual like grander state of business, we will go with that as planned, and we're going to stay here at least 2 more weeks than expected.
Yes.
So we're going to stay
Aurelia
here. Like,
does raise her, she actually raises her hand. Question.
Yeah.
yes.
Actually, Konrad was probably going to mention it, but I was invited to sit in on this family meeting. Thank you very much, Enos. But am I included in that as well? Not that I would mind spending more time in the capital, but
Technically,
not necessarily our plan.
you and all the other debutants have no requirement. The others I want actually directly as my entourage. So I'm leaving.
Sorry,
Yes.
Cousin Leslok, I appreciate that you are trying to take our feelings into account, but how are we going to get them home then?
Well,
We only have
Their
one.
boats.
We do have 2 boats, but that second boat has been fitted for a number of men.
Well, some of those men will be staying with us here. Not all of them.
Okay.
Man,
well, like I said, the galley we have is probably not. The galley probably has room for the debutantes.
a
and-
galleon's a big ship.
We also need the galley to take
Think-
most of the loan across.
Well,
Yeah,
cargo
so-
is different than passenger space. I don't remember the exact because I put it in my notes and I could find it if I wanted to. but the range of amount of men the galleon can carry is pretty good. I think because you're basically kind of sort of temporarily splitting your might so that you are bringing enough men that you can actually roll might 1 for the company,
Yeah.
That's like 40 or 50 dudes. I think that's only like half as many people as a galleon can carry.
So I still want some of the men to come with us for the Grand Tour.
I mean, yes, no, that's fair. Admittedly, while you guys are going to be like hiking in crown lands, which are usually considered pretty safe, you are going to be hiking in the hinterland. You're going to be going up the old roads and traveling to all corners of the province.
Who knows what
of
old
Crown.
weird monstrumden we'll find? If there's ever one.
Leslok, don't ask for trouble. But if you look on a map, there's lots of pretty simple stuff. We'll probably actually see Chateau Dragon. It's a couple hours ride outside of the capital. By the way, Aurelia does immediately say we.
Okay, you want to come along then?
I mean, I think that was obvious.
She just like gives you that classic, teenage sister look of like, yeah, duh.
You need to spend more time with your sister.
I guess
don't
just being
very
around
much
her is not enough.
Not as much as Nicola does, though.
Don't phrase it like that, Nicola. The Marquess, my honorable lord brother, the Marquess, spends as much time as he needs to with me.
I always do that.
I'm sorry.
And yes, I
Inos
always-
is Inos is thinking like, yes, not the mud, so she can get away with doing what she wants.
Yes, if she likes. Yes, every time I've tried to spend time with her, it's not like she's like disappeared suddenly.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna be fair. She probably did not actually disappear. If you went to actually hang
never
out with her, she
disappear,
probably did.
son.
But you, Axe, I know, spent 3 years reading every single fucking book you can get your hand on, so was probably very distracted.
Fair,
Oh, no,
but
the
I also
actual title
try.
for this session is going to be family meeting. Anyway,
I did also make a meeting. I did at least Major Leslok. He actually did try to spend time with his family. But I guess
yes,
yeah.
but you phrased that as generically my family.
Yes.
You did not necessarily call out any specific time. So, like I said,
Well, yeah.
Aurelia doesn't hate your guts or anything. You have a
Yeah,
very
I've
friendly
been
relationship,
around.
but
I've not been
you're-
outside of her life.
She also is not like you do not necessarily spend a lot of one-on-one time with her. So like she's got some stuff on you. Anyway, she would continue like talking about it. You'd probably go to Chateau Dragon. Pulls down a map of Crown that's on a wall. Well, if we are lucky, we might visit Weirwind Keep. But there are many other settlements. In fact, you might see some border settlements. We could end up at Pont de Lance. That's technically the actual city is across the border into the Grass Sea, but it is right along the river.
Were any details given by the High King about the?
Not yet, because it's not fully formed.
He did not give you an exact one, but I think he did call out probably a couple.
Did
of
call out some
places.
names, I remember.
Yeah.
Let me.
No.
That was the part I did not check when I was listening
It's
to the
funny.
audio.
I think I subconsciously, literally listed them when I was speaking as Aurelia.
Yeah,
He mentioned
yeah.
Chateau Dragon, Weirwind Keep, and perhaps Highbower.
Yeah.
Highbower is a settlement that is technically currently granted to the High Queen, but it is way up in the north in the Whitewood.
I didn't remember Highbower, but I definitely remember Chateau Dragon and Weirwind Keep.
Yes.
Then
Those names are baller.
Yeah. Maybe you could go
Fuck.
to Palais de Loup.
I just remembered another thing.
Also, Nicola will begin penning a letter to Lord Maximilian.
No, sure.
But what I was going to mention, it was not actually what Aurelia mentioned, is if you're going to do that, we probably should send letters back to home.
Yes, I was
letting them
expecting to do, and I also had something I wanted to. Actually, on the topic of communicating with our family, I always really did put this out there. I always knew you were doing something. I just didn't know you actually had that spark. Shame that this is how I learned it.
Mark? What?
Soulcraft.
I will.
Magic-y.
Inos is gonna look at Aurelia and ask if he give her a questioning look and see if she like kind of gives him the
Well, if Leslok uses the S word, she just kind of shrugs and says, "I know a few. I've been studying. I know a few things. I'll admit, Mother's lessons about Veilcraft have not always been very clear to me.
It's not for everyone.
I mean, yeah, actually, how much sense does she have? She definitely has enough eerie.
I think she has 3 or like a 3 or 2.
Yeah, let me make sure everyone's stat block. Yeah, she sends 2. Yeah, she is eerie 3, so she could learn, but she does not have any in her block.
It'd be an uphill battle.
There is no shame in not being proficient in something relating to your bloodline.
Oh. Okay, I get it now.
Yes, sorry. For you, Konrad. Yes. I have a knack for sorcery, and Inos has been very helpful when I have been asking simple questions about, enchanting and stuff. That's why the bird was magic. Also, by the way, to clarify, since that was a question that came up, I wasn't literally the bird. I just, temporarily asked the bird. Well, I asked the bird's soul. Anyway, I asked the
You beat
bird
me
to
to it.
hang out and keep an eye on you.
I was up to typing this up.
Well, what I was owing about is I just put together that then I gesture to Inos and not gesture to Leslok.
Yes.
Yes, we haven't been
No.
necessarily open about it because, well, we didn't want to make a bunch ado about it. But yes, she is gifted in the way of the soulcraft and did not want to be sequestered in the Silver Tower to learn about it.
For which I do not blame her.
Wait a minute. Aurelia, were you going to use sorcery to take me out?
Inos is quiet.
Konrad looks at real sorcery, real seriously. For a second.
That's
she's gonna say equip, and then you're looking at her seriously. She like raises her finger, pauses, and says, "Actually, honestly, probably not. I don't think I could do that fast enough."
Oh, that's a shame.
But strictly speaking, while I did say that Inos has been offering me some advice, currently our talents in the area of soulcraft are different. I'm sure you've noticed Inos can awaken objects. Been working on that one. Not very good at it. I can ask things to do things, though. I've got that one down. Mostly so far just asking, knives to stab people better if I don't like them. But that's, a different question.
Inos will cut in at this point. Is like, I will say the reason why I haven't actually been giving her any serious instruction because even if I am not part of the Silver Tower officially, the Silver Tower really, really doesn't like it when people teach soulcraft. He kind of hems and haws. I'm trying to think of the word here. I actually forgot it. Like unrestricted.
Unofficially.
Like unofficially.
Unauthorized.
Unauthorized.
Nicola would just look incredibly sheepish and semi-dejected.
Yeah, and it's like once we got back to Teine, I was gonna visit the Silver Tower, basically declare myself a master and declare Aurelia my student so I can start teaching her in earnest. But until that point, it's like I don't necessarily want to cause a fuss.
And I'm not interested in causing any fusses. It sort of just started one day. I was just kind of like, keeping an ear out and started not really listening to other people, but just I spent so much time at home hanging out with books and knives and knife books.
I think you will find
books hiding knives.
No, we don't have any of those in the house. I'm shocked. I know.
I think you will find that the Master of the Silver Tower, despite being a rather staunch traditionalist, has at least some sympathy in different magecrafts being creating complicated situations.
Oh, it doesn't matter, cuz I'm just informing him that I am informing the Silver Tower that I am a master and I'm taking a student.
Oh no, I understand.
And so
But,
like
they will not hear about it from me.
I have a question then.
sorry.
Mostly to you. No, this is Konrad.
Oh. Well, no, I did have one last thing. It's all like
Okay.
the Silver Tower will not tell the Iron Demons how to do their soulcraft.
Nor should they.
So, question.
Yes.
Soulcraft is what you two do, right? Pointing to Aurelia and Inos.
Inos nods.
And really, you mentioned you were talking to your knives?
Inos, have you never discussed the finer points of the thing you do with swords and stuff with Konrad?
Do you think
I mean,
Konrad
he was
can pay
doing
attention?
something on the boat, but I didn't like poke my head in and check. So
Inos immediately pops out. Do you think Konrad has the attention span for something that's not actually swinging a blade?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can point it in a way. She would, Aurelia, pulls out one of her fighting daggers and kind of like, holds it up, kind of sideways so it's not like threatening, and says, the simple version, brother, is that, well, if you've ever listened to Nicola talk on about his thing, which is technically a sorcery, you understand, we're all
Not really,
we're all
but-
divided into the triplicate or something, body, mind, soul. Well,
Trinity, yes.
things have souls too, and places, because they're alive, not like literally breathing, but if you hold on to something, you care about it long enough, you keep it close to you, you give it a little bit of your life. And things in the House of Logi, some of them are very old and chatty. So this knife, which I keep on my person basically all day, and I've learned to fight with it and stuff. Never actually had to fight anybody with it, but it was made, I own it, and so I can ask it. I won't demonstrate because that would be pretty awkward, but the simplest thing I can do is speak to this knife, and I'm pretty sure if I did, you, Konrad, would understand me, as would Leslok and Inos. Actually, this is a good question. Nicola, Logesh, do you have any deep speak in your languages?
I know.
No.
Does.
Sorry,
I do,
I forgot again. I muted myself. No.
And Nicola has a thing. He cannot hear objects.
Well, that's fair, but no, it's the language. No. This is actually part of the trappings of Soulcraft, is the incantations are all in deep speak. So you would probably hear me say something like, and in, shit, I think I give her a master die. Hold on. Actually, no, she's only got 2, so her grammar's a little clumsy. She's not a native.
I'm
speaker,
2
but
as
she's got
well.
enough to learn the spell.
I bet does everything in the region.
But she says, something to the effect of. Let me actually double check the description for Heart-Seeking Blade real quick.
I should just say, like, the point of this conversation was Leslok was going to bring up that he wanted to know if Aurelius remembered when Mother talked about the Sending Away spell. Because he wanted to talk about how he wanted her to maybe look into if she can find actual Veilers around in places, if she's going to be around during the festival and so on.
Why do you want more Veilers?
It is
wants to-
required for Sending Away. You have to
You need a tuned Veiler to do Sending Whaler people.
I think they need to know the spell to have it go both ways.
I want to make a Veiler network.
He wants to create an email network.
Yes. It just says chanting bloody invocation. So she says something in D-Speak, which is just like, honestly, probably pretty metal. Like, she would just say, I would just ask my sword to, like,
Upon my wrath, I shall sunder
spill
your
the
soul.
blood of my enemies, and name them, and, well, my knife would get a little, fighty.
Fascinating.
It doesn't last for very long with a simple spell like the Heart-Seeking Blade. or the version if you're throwing is called the Art of the Soul-Seeking Arrow. Both of them require me to, name a person who I'm annoyed with, but they can be very strong. I've, hypothetically practiced the Soul-Seeking Arrow on uh, the rats around the castle, because you have to target a living person. But
Maybe you could combine them with true
it's
name.
very well. Soul-Seeking Arrow doesn't does not require a capital N name.
Fair. I just wonder if that would make it stronger.
No, it's a different sorcery school.
Fair enough.
But well, you ever seen a thrown knife do a 90-degree turn?
Yes.
No.
No, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I've always really wanted to try it with bullets, but I can't exactly go firing a pepper box around the castle.
Have you ever considered using? I don't know if this would work. Granted, I'm not an expert in soulcraft by any means, but have you considered using the centripetal force of flicking the bullet at someone?
Oh, well, I guess
So-
I could throw it, but then it would be little more than throwing a sling stone. I
The
could
sling
ask a
merciful there.
stone to hit somebody, but yes. Anyway, this family meeting is not a
Okay.
council of. I mean, it is a council of sorcerers, but you know what I mean.
Well, okay. I'll get to my point then. I think I have it. So it goes beyond that, right? Like that's like with names and stuff,
Well,
right?
yes, it goes quite beyond that, but it's quite
Could it be used to find Silver Tongue?
yes, but no.
Okay.
Would be a range involved?
Well, no. There is a way to track such items down, but usually it has to fulfill one of two qualifiers. One, you've had to mate it, or two, you have to be intimately familiar with it. If if good uncle had let me play around with Silver Tongue once in a while, maybe. But actually, yeah. Let me double check.
Actually, who made that one? Who made Silverton? Was it? It was Enos'
Uh,
father,
Was
right?
Iron Demons?
I don't think it was
believe-
Enos's father because it was Silvertongue. Was technically an heirloom. It was passed to Leofric from your great grandfather.
Okay,
I
so
forget his
White
exact
Wolf?
name, but yeah, the White Wolf. He made your most recent trade deal with the Iron Demons.
So
and
was that
gave him a sword.
sword before or after he became an adventurer?
I think Moira has said things before that implied he did carry it as when he was adventuring.
gotcha. So
Okay. So someone we could ask, and this would be when
Or-
we got home, obviously,
or question.
is your mother.
how long do Iron Demons live?
Maximum about twice as long as a man.
Okay, so the guy who probably made it is probably dead right now.
For like you're on the fourth generation after he might. Be.
Yeah, or at least near death. It's probably very old. Like if they're still alive.
You
No.
might be able to dig them up, but Iron Demons keep track of masterworks, which Silvertongue was. It was an awakened blade. It was
Yeah.
custom commission.
Like, unfortunately, if I was to learn the proper spell, I would only be able to track two things right now. I'd be able to track Narissa's pin and Lucy's ship.
Okay.
Honestly, this may actually be a thing that Leslok is better suited for, or technically Mother.
Oh, yeah.
I
Both,
don't
but-
actually. I haven't been keeping up with your studies, but Leslok, do you know how to scry? Like fully on your own. I've looked in Mother's scrying pool before, but I'm just never good at images.
Double checking if I do.
Yeah, the spell is just scrying.
I don't yet. But it was that one or sending was the next one.
No,
Pricking
scrying
my
is
thumbs.
cheaper.
No, but I've been working on it.
Oh no, it's not pricking your thumbs. It's something wicked. Is the just sense supernatural shit. Veilers have the ability to sense, well, lots of things really, but they can, with the right tools, observe distant places, distant things. Technically, Mother has described to me the ability to, use a scrying glass to, I guess, ask the world questions. Leslok, you know that she's describing the technique known as mirror mirror.
Yes, it's also why Leslok was going to get his mother another like a nicer mirror as a gift.
It's
Okay, well,
sorcery.
I mean, we don't have to
Yeah,
talk
later.
about this more later. I just was.
It's later.
It kind of clicked in my head, then so I had to ask.
Yes, it's options I've been considering, and on the topic of that, I've been trying to find other Veilers and other locations throughout the world because I had the idea if once I have the Sending Way, the spell Sending Way, and I know other Veilers that have it as well, I can make a network. I can make a network of like high-speed communication through all of Tricorone. Though that requires me having agents throughout the entire land, so that's a work in progress.
It would be very
Let's see
handy.
if you-
There
yes.
are other ways, though, right? I don't think. Well, technically, Soulcraft does allow communication. We all saw it in Logi's Labyrinth. But
Or stationary.
yes, it has to be tied to objects. It is kind of the nature of the craft that deals with the souls of people, places, and things. I've always heard, and Aurelia kind of like tilts her head at Nicola in this. I've always heard that wind witches can send messages on the air. I think
They-
that's limited in range, though.
They can, but it's usually not over such long a distance.
Inos,
It's a long distance to be sure, but it's not very.
Inos cuts in at this posing. Cousin, why do you want a communication network?
Because, like you, I'd like to have reach everywhere.
Cousin, what would you do with said reach?
He doesn't. No, I shouldn't say that. That's rude.
It's like, cuz I don't want a reach. I want very specific things. It's just that
He
those
wants-
very specific things have caused me to go traveling around the world. And while I did not find the things that I necessarily wanted, I did find many other things. Why do you want to be able to talk to people around the world at any given moment?
Because times are changing. A lot is happening. And I'd like to have more quick notice of things if things turn sour.
I mean, it's not like we have anyone who has agents all over the country and runs a communication network.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we have that
We
too,
know.
yes.
Wait, what?
But the Lord Cursor is not at least not as far as I know, is not a sorcerer, especially not a Veiler. Are there Veilers in the King's Couriers?
No, maybe.
I wouldn't know
Probably.
yet. I'm not sure yet, actually.
I don't want to think about that.
Cousin, I am going to urge caution on this. If you start setting up such a thing, it might be a great boon, but such a thing will probably put a target on your back, especially if you are the one using it the most.
I only know what you guys told me of the Silver Tower, but aren't most sorcerers fairly secretive about what they do?
Particularly Veilers. No offense.
None taken.
I'm not
I
saying
mean,
you
this
can't
general
pursue
lore
it,
statement.
but be
Yes,
careful.
sorcery is so like it would be like a social faux pas to wield sorcery like openly in warfare. Also, most of them don't. If it's not dragon sorcery, most of you don't have fucking hurl fireball. You have to like do some.
I
some
resent that.
shit.
I have hurl fireball. It's just a chemical process.
Well, yeah, you have spend
chuck
8
bomb.
hours making a fireball, put it in a jar, throw it later. You know,
You have throw bomb. You have throw magic bomb.
Goblin
yeah,
bomb.
like The only other sorcery I
The
think that
ball.
is like super openly directly attacking is if you are a very specific type of summoner, you can, be like, yes, nice argument. Tiger! Lightning bolts!
Hey, hey,
I raised
hey,
you my tiger.
hey! I will want to point out, I can literally punch someone's soul out if I took said
Yes,
spell.
I
Well,
would
yes,
say like
but
Enos has the option, but he has to punch
that's like a
someone for it.
1v1 combat move. Yeah, like
Yes.
there's a few options open to everything, but so
There's no siege weapon
the
spell.
main thing
Lightning
of
bolt.
sorcery is that,
Fireball.
as Comrade has kind of pointed out, is that anybody who has the talent, probably like has the ability to do it. So you got to be careful because that could mean that you could start like training anybody. Like for instance, wind witches. Anybody who can master the breath can technically become a wind witch. I don't know if any of
lot.
you guys are in any position to actually like do that shit.
Hi.
Alchemy is literally anybody who like can learn formula, can learn to alchemize. So yeah, no. Usually, without needing to roll any additional thing, usually sorcerers are confined to certain sects, orders, and houses. I think almost every house has like a banner or cadet branch that is dedicated to policing their own internal sorcery and making sorcerers. And then there's a lot of religious orders.
I this is weird to bring up, but I think about Stoneheart and how like technically that also applies to. It's like that's more just a bunch of buffs, and you also have to like tattoo yourself.
Oh yeah, Stoneheart sorcery is like Stoneheart
Well, it
sorcery
also
is a
doesn't
killer in
have
a
a
fight.
house behind it anymore, so
Yeah.
You
Though,
gotta go
hey, I do
bond
want
the
to point out
giants.
in the Dramatis Personae, your dad's buddy, Friar Tomas, does say Order of the Stone Heart.
yeah, he knows that.
There's a line there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Anyway, I think Aurelia literally said earlier, this is not the point to turn this into a meeting of sorcerers.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
another time. But
yes. So let us move on. Anything else on your list?
last thing, my plans for today. I'm going to with the old fort. Conrad, I'd like you to accompany me. We are going to do some digging into the records, and in the
Okay.
meantime, I will have to discuss with his name earlier. I will get this right every time. With Grand Duke Petzeroy. I'm just not gonna say Russell because it's like,
Can I just deal with the records?
yes, you can.
Okay.
I'm just going to get you there first. But I'll be doing that, and then I'll be spending the evening with Marissa on mostly catching up, and I guess then popping the question if it comes to that. But I want to at least put it in the work after the meetings are done for this week. I don't want to too much of the same plate once.
Should be.
So we'll see how tomorrow turns out.
I mean, I'm sure Marissa knows,
Everyone in Trichrome
Your
will know by tomorrow.
intentions?
I keep being told.
but you should still make them official.
I mean, yes.
So you should probably have at least some manner of courting first. I think that's.
I mean, yes. I
proper.
I mean, technically, Leslok has. They went on a date on screen in the prologue and have been like exchanging letters and gifts for 3 years. That
Okay,
is part of the courting process.
gotcha.
I just want to talk to her father first, and then actually like just catch up with her for a night before like focusing on it.
That's fine.
Get the
That's fair.
blessing and go ahead from the
Yes.
father first kind of thing.
Yes, and then like play it out for a bit, and then probably ask in like a day or two after like the first few meetings of the council. That's
Well,
the
who
plan.
knows? You might have some other date opportunities during the festival itself. As
True.
I said, I have not gotten far enough ahead to actually hammer out the exact itinerary, and we'll probably, as much as Axe may not like it, I will probably have opportunities for Leslok to offer input and be a tie-breaking vote.
You know, that's
on
fair.
the itinerary.
I will. That I can at least work with, because that's at least just like a thing of like that's a binary.
True.
Okay.
All right.
That's also
anyway,
just me. But yes, that's
so,
the plan.
Yes, that's Leslok's plans.
So it's like I assume the rest of you have discussed your plans, but I must be on the same page of you, so like nothing is conflicting.
I was actually also going to say we've been going for almost 4 hours. It's
Well, we
after
can call it
midnight.
here.
I'm hungry. On mic, I want to let you guys recap really quick though, so I can make sure to get it down. the plans for everybody today for the dinner slot. We've kind of got them out before, but who are we? Actually, I'll frame this as a recap. Konrad is presumably going to go to the Old Fort and look at records.
Yes.
And then if he's free today after that, you're going to have him check in with
Well, I
House...
put out a lot of messages both to House
Yes.
Egg and not Cedric.
A couple of the Ferretti boys.
The Ferretti people.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get any answers back, he probably will just go visit the Egg household.
A would probably say they're free and like be available for dinner.
Okay.
I do not know how long you guys have been having this family meeting. It is, like I said, literally taken us like 3 hours in game.
Honestly, it's probably taken more than that actually in there. You know, probably stopping, talking, discussing, getting like a
Drinking
snack.
birds.
You know.
Yeah, no. So
4
like,
hours.
definitely, it's just that you guys have been set up here in private.
We had like an actual meeting, which is like
When
it's
does
how
the
it feels.
Blossom Festival start again?
Next
Day
week.
after tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah, day
no,
after
right?
tomorrow.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Then I know who I gotta meet.
Just down the
5 days
road.
from now.
Just down the road.
My main person to hang out with tomorrow is Alestra.
So,
I think we're talking about tonight, though.
yes.
Yeah, I know.
Comrade,
I know my
a-
tonight's people.
Enos, you got something?
Enos will be going down to the club to have supper there, and well, just see who's around.
Oh, right.
Excellent, cool. I like.
Because I
this
would say
plan.
he's going to bring Narissa to the club. We probably will say that, so it actually should be private
Yes,
somewhat.
that's why I was like, excellent, cool. That means that I could. This date will actually finish because there's not just shoulder Enos, there's fucking background Enos, and he could like make frantic hand gestures at Leslok. Good, great, lock it in.
My wing demon. My wing demon.
And that's Leslok as well. We already covered.
Imagine Enos
Nicola
doing
is
that
going
behind
to hit up House Marin tonight.
Yup.
Are we going to have
First for
Logesh try
business, then
and
for
talk
pleasure.
to the Espadas tonight as well?
Yeah.
If
Probably set up with where do we go? Like, by the way, so I kind of said that you'll be showing up to this thing.
That's gonna be
him.
fun.
But I got a bottle of wine.
Here's some apology wine.
Here's some booze.
Apology wine covereth a multitude of sins. Okay, all right. So that will be our block of vignettes for next session, and then hopefully move on to the next day. And sorry, I've smacked my mic. It's okay, we're wrapping up. I'm speaking with my hands. But also by next week, I will definitely have more stats for more NPCs, but also I'll have the whole of the King's Council to sit in on as well.
Yay.
I should have made a better list, but thank you for putting up with me. I still think this went well in the end.
Sorry,
It's-
holding
it
my
was
microphone too close
fine.
to my face. Good list. I'm surprised, but not surprised. This clocked out so.
Cut
Well,
out.
we can talk about it, but let's finish up. So everyone get in their goodbyes. Or actually, no, Omega XP. Oh wait, nope, Omega says hold.
Yeah, I think Omega's Discord just exploded.
Yeah.
Test. Okay.
Here
Back,
you go.
Omega?
There you are.
Yes. Sorry. I don't know if that
Yes.
was Discord's like froze or I accidentally like made my mic cable too loose. Hold on. Let me slap it back in the holster. I was asking if there's anything else.
Nay.
I think I'm good for now.
Nope.
Not for today.
Okay. Very carefully put the microphone back. Cover it with the pop filter. Sorry about making you hear my raw voice.
I will say I have planned out my next 3 days.
Good. Excellent. I love it. All right, let's do EXP. Everybody was here, and definitely good role playing from everybody. I know that as usual, at some point, Loth, had problems saying some of that out loud, but I think we all like felt everybody's characters, and
And we're gonna moment.
I am pretty sure that I have notes from Inos. Let me check those dates. I know it's funny that because they were technically like outside of the session, like or during the session, but Nicola, Dallas actually like got a couple notes in about House Marin, snuck those in.
One was before the session. I'll say that.
Yeah, it was in work.
I did follow up ones, so those are different.
Yeah, it's yesterday. Sorry, I'm skimming to check the dates. Let's see. I mean, I can say, self-reporting. Anybody else think they wrote any notes in the last week?
I have not written any notes.
I wrote one
Yeah,
from
like your last year from August 4, I think.
Yeah, I wrote Nerissa's about. Yeah,
that's right. You did. Where the?
I think I wrote a few others that were continuations, like the King. Yes.
Weirdly enough, putting it up on my phone lets me see by date better than.
Yes, I also wrote one for the King.
Okay. So I think that's just you guys get your extra dot. No, we are not yet dramatique.
No, we did a
That'll
lot of
probably
setup and a
I
little
didn't
bit
really do any dramatic plot turns. You guys mostly did dramatic shit yourself, which good for you, and that's why everybody gets.
Oh, I
that
did
role-playing
do
bonus.
a post on Princess Estelle.
Ah, okay, then yes. All right, you get your.
I know I posted on someone. I just couldn't remember who it was. Had to think about what we did last week.
I'm now the god of hellfire.
But that's your points. We'll come back next week. No promises because we will have to do a lot of separate vignettes. But also, I mean, boy, how did we talk a lot when we were all together? So we'll see how fast it goes. But yeah.
No, I'll say this off mic, but I was like, thanks for.
Okay, good. Like, comment, and subscribe, everybody. We'll see you next time.
See you next
time. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Bye.
See you next time.